Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren,
Ladies and gentlemen, shareholders, good morning on a rainy day. In my capacity as chairperson of the Supervisory Board, I herewith take the chair at the 145th Annual General Meeting of Wienerberger AG. I welcome the shareholders of our company and their representatives, the members of the Supervisory Board, who are all present, the Chairman of the Managing Board, CEO Heimo Scheuch, and Willy van Riet. As our guests, I welcome Helmut Kerschbaumer, representative of the external auditor, KPMG, as well as the representatives of the media. Bernhard Kirchel, Notary Public in Vienna, is going to certify the decisions taken at today's AGM, and he will supervise the voting procedure. I use the occasion to present myself in my capacity as new chairperson of the Supervisory Board. I suppose not all of you know who I am. I have been a member of the Supervisory Board of Wienerberger since May 2011. Therefore, during the past years, I gained a profound insight into the activities of the Wienerberger Group and the work of the Supervisory Board. I'm also a member of the Personnel and Nomination Committee and the Strategy Committee. Besides my activity for Wienerberger, I have a main job, so to speak. I'm vice rector of the Vienna University of Economics and Business Management, where I am responsible for finance and infrastructure. Before that, as some of you may know, I spent 30 years in the banking industry, 3 years as member of the managing board of BAWAG, PSK, and I was also a member of the managing board of Bank Austria UniCredit. Besides my function on the supervisory board of Wienerberger, I also hold other supervisory board mandates in Austrian industrial and commercial companies, including AT&S Technologie und Systemtechnik in the SPAR Group and the Baumax Group. In my capacity as chairperson of the Supervisory Board of Wienerberger, I'm in continuous contact with CEO Scheuch, who usually informs me on a regular basis on the development of business at Wienerberger. I assumed the chair of the Supervisory Board with pleasure, but on a sad occasion. I therefore use the occasion of today's AGM to thank and pay tribute to my colleague and predecessor in office, Mr. Kadrenoska, who passed away last year. I'd like to pay tribute to him for his outstanding commitment shown during his Supervisory Board mandate. Thanks to his experience and his expertise, he made particularly valuable contributions to the Wienerberger Group. Of course, we were aware of his illness, but he died suddenly on the 9th of December last year, which came as a great shock for all of us. So I would suggest that we stand for a minute in silence.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. I wish to point out that today's AGM is being recorded. An audio record is produced which serves exclusively for the support of the notary public. The AGM will be conducted in German, but interpreted simultaneously into English. Headsets are available at the entrance to this room. The AGM as in previous years, will be transmitted live on the Internet. In the buffered room, you can follow the AGM on TV screens. However, when we are voting, you will have to be present in the room. All shareholders wishing to take the floor or putting a question has the right to request interruption of Internet transmission while he or she is speaking. In the interest of a smooth conduct of the AGM, I would ask you to switch your mobile phones off. I herewith note that the convocation to the 145th AGM was published in due time in the official journal number 77 of Wiener Zeitung on the 18th of April this year. On the same day, the convocation was also disseminated electronically throughout Europe via Pressetext Austria. The agenda, which is comprised in your documents, was communicated at that time, and I therefore take it as read. No motions were received requesting additions to the agenda, and we have not received any additional draft resolutions in addition to those available and published on the Internet. Attendance is being calculated and will be announced before the first vote. On the two terminals at the entrances to this room, you can already view the list of participants. As regards the conduct of the meeting, I'd like to tell you that the draft resolutions on all agenda items will first be presented en bloc. Then I will ask the Managing Board for their report. After your questions have been answered, votes will be taken on the draft resolutions concerning agenda items 2 to 8. In order to ensure an expeditious conduct of the question and answer period, I would ask the shareholders to fill in one of the forms that were handed out together with your folders. You can obtain additional forms from the staff in the room. Would you please indicate the agenda item which your question refers to, and also indicate briefly the content of your question so that we can prepare answers. Please also indicate if you wish to put the question yourself or if you would like me to read out your question. You're then requested to deposit the form in one of the boxes that will be made available by the staff present in the room. As I said, those shareholders who want to put questions themselves or make comments, I will ask them to come to the rostrum and speak into a microphone. The other questions will be read out by me, so please write legibly if possible. In this context, I would also ask you to be brief and concise when putting a question so that we can ensure an orderly and expeditious conduct of the meeting. Please be as specific as possible in your questions and put your questions in a well-structured manner so that your questions can be answered satisfactorily. And please abstain from putting questions that have already been put so that enough time can be left for other questioners. If necessary, I reserve the right to intervene if somebody is speaking too long. I herewith note that 1,195 shareholders holding 57,347,757 shares. That corresponds to 48.79% of the share capital, have registered by submitting their deposit certificates. The counting of votes will be according to the subtraction procedure. No votes and abstentions will be subtracted from the total number of votes cast, and the majority will thus be calculated. In my capacity as chairperson, I reserve the right to decide on a different voting modality if necessary. At the beginning of today's AGM, you received voting cards bearing the numbers under which you have been entered into the list of participants. Through entry of these numbers into the IT systems, the shares held by you will be counted. Each share grants the right to one vote. In order to make sure that the shares represented are properly counted, entrance and exit checks will be made. So if you're leaving the room, even if it's only on a temporary basis, please check out by means of your voting card, which has a barcode. You will then be registered as absent. When re-entering the room, you will have to check in, and you will then be again counted as present. Please do not leave the room while we are voting. Those of you who wish to either cast a no vote or abstain during a vote, please raise your voting cards. The numbers of your voting cards will be read out aloud for clarity's sake. Once your number has been read out, please lower your voting card. The voting procedure will be supervised by the notary, and the result will be calculated by the IT service according to the number of shares represented. I would like to point out that the buffet will be opened at 12 o'clock noon. When entering the buffet room, you will have to show your voting card or your guest card. Your guest card or your voting card contains vouchers that entitle you to receive a starter, a main dish, and a dessert. Now, let's move on to the agenda of today's AGM. Agenda item 1, presentation of the approved annual financial statements for 2013 and the review of operations of the company combined with the review of operations of the group, as well as the corporate governance report, the consolidated financial statements for 2013 and the report of the supervisory board for 2013. As already announced in the convocation, the annual report 2013 was available for inspection by shareholders at the headquarters of the company, and since the 28th of March 2014, it has also been available on the website of the company. The annual report is also available in the lobby of the conference center. The annual financial statements drawn up by the Managing Board for 2013, as well as the consolidated financial statements drawn up in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards, were audited by KPMG and received an unqualified audit opinion. The auditors furthermore confirmed that the management report of Wienerberger AG and the consolidated management report of the Managing Board are in accordance with the annual financial statements and the consolidated financial statements, and they also confirmed that the company had drawn up a corporate governance report. The audit committee of the supervisory board, on the basis of the written report submitted by the auditors, examined the financial statements for 2013, including the management report, and recommended its approval to the supervisory board. On the 27th of March 2017, the supervisory board approved and officially adopted the annual financial statements as of 31st December 2013 of Wienerberger AG and the consolidated financial statements and they agreed to the consolidated management report and the corporate governance report. Moreover, I'd like to report that the supervisory board in the year under review met 7 times. The audit committee had 5 meetings. The personnel and nomination committee had 3 meetings. The strategy committee had 4 meetings. The reports by the managing board were thoroughly discussed, and the transactions requiring supervisory board approval were approved. At the same time, the chairman of the supervisory board and the deputy chairperson were in continuous contact with CEO Scheuch in order to discuss issues of corporate strategy and priorities to be discussed at supervisory board meeting. The members of the Supervisory Board for their activities in 2013 received remuneration in a total amount of €429,021. This corresponds to the remuneration scheme adopted at the 142nd AGM in 2011. Item 2 on the agenda. Resolution on the use of profits as shown in the annual financial statements for 2013. The annual financial statements of Wienerberger AG show a net income of €18,793,934. The draft resolution of the Managing Board and the Supervisory Board regarding the use of net profits reads as follows. The Managing Board and the Supervisory Board recommend that the annual general meeting approve a dividend payment of €0.12 per share on the issued capital of €117,526,764. So, in total, a dividend of €14,103,211 will be paid out, less a proportional amount of €295,696 for treasury shares, for a total distribution of €13,870,515. The remaining €18,793,934. The remaining €4,986,419 will be carried forward to the current year. The dividend payout day will be 22nd of May. Item 3 on the agenda, exoneration of the members of the Managing Board for 2013. The draft resolution reads as follows. The Managing Board and the Supervisory Board recommend that the AGM approve the exoneration of the persons who served on the Managing Board during the financial year 2013. Item 4 on the agenda, exoneration of the members of the Supervisory Board. Here again, a draft resolution is being submitted by the Managing Board and the Supervisory Board. The Managing Board and the Supervisory Board recommend that the AGM approve the exoneration of the persons who served on the Supervisory Board during the financial year 2013. Item 5 on the agenda, elections to the Supervisory Board. We have a draft resolution from the Supervisory Board. The Supervisory Board recommends that the AGM approve an increase in the size of the Supervisory Board of Wienerberger AG within the limit defined by the Articles of Association, which is 3 to 10 members, from the current level of 5 members by 2 persons to a total of 7 members. Let me explain that the Supervisory Board to date has consisted of 6 members elected by the AGM. The chairman of the Supervisory Board, Mr. Kadrenoska, as you know, passed away on the 6th of December 2013. Therefore, at today's AGM, 2 new supervisory board members are being proposed as candidates for election to reach the new number of 7 members as just proposed. The Supervisory Board proposes to elect Franz Josef Haselberger and Christian Jourquin for the statutory term of office, that is, until the end of the AGM, deciding on the annual financial statements for 2017 as members of the Supervisory Board. In this context, I'd like to tell you how the candidates were selected. First of all, the Personnel and Nomination Committee, already in 2013, defined a profile for potential new candidates for the Supervisory Board. The main focus, besides other necessary qualifications, was on a profound understanding of the building materials industry and an understanding of the markets of the Wienerberger Group. So a certain degree of internationality of the candidates was considered to be a requirement. On the basis of this profile, together with an international consultant company, MWM Consultant in London, a detailed qualification profile was elaborated. This profile was used as a basis for the search for a candidate. The consultant suggested candidates to the Personnel and Nomination Committee, and a number of persons were invited for interviews. On the basis of these proposals, the candidates were then invited to a meeting of the Personnel and Nomination Committee for a personal presentation. The Personnel and Nomination Committee then suggested to the Supervisory Board to propose Mr. Haselberger and Mr. Jourquin as candidates to today's AGM. The Supervisory Board, at its meeting on the 27th of March, endorsed the recommendations of the Personnel and Nomination Committee. The CVs of the candidates for election to the Supervisory Board, as well as their statements of impartiality, have been available on the website of Wienerberger AG since the 18th of April 2014 for download, and are also contained in your document file. I would now ask the 2 gentlemen to introduce themselves briefly. Mr. Haselberger, would you like to start? Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, shareholders, first of all, I would like to thank the Supervisory Board for proposing me as a candidate. I'm Franz Josef Haselberger. I come from Munich. I trained as a forwarding agent at Kühne and Nagel in Munich, and I studied at the German Foreign Trade and Transport Academy. I studied economics and logistics. I then joined my parents' business, which at that time had revenues of 3 million approximately, and in the meantime has grown to a business with revenues of 500 million, 60 production sites in 19 countries. Now, what do we produce? We produce pre-mixes, dry building materials that can be used together with bricks. I hold 3 mandates: a Supervisory Board mandate at Röfix AG, a Supervisory Board mandate at Bank für Tirol und Vorarlberg, BTV, and a Board of Administration mandate at Fixit Holding in Switzerland. Should I be elected to the Supervisory Board, I will be happy to accept this mandate. Thank you very much. Thank you. May I now ask Mr. Jourquin for a brief introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Christian Jourquin. I'm 66 years old. I was born in Belgium, and I would like to introduce myself and my professional career. I started my career at Solvay, a large Belgian group, in 1971. And have worked for that group until 2012. I started my career in Italy and afterwards in Switzerland. And worked at the General Secretariat of the Solvay Board in 1977. Between 1980 and 1990, I managed Solvay Dufar in the Netherlands. Which represented a large part of the international pharmaceutical activity of this group. Between 1990 and 1996, I worked for Solvay in the Iberian Peninsula. I was general manager for Spain and Portugal from 1990 to 1996. From 1996, I have been member of the Executive Committee and General Manager of the peroxygen, plastic processing and chemical sectors until 2006. From 2006 to 2012, I've been member of the board, CEO and chairman of the Executive Committee. From 2008 to 2010, I've been chairman of the CEFIC, which is the European Federation of Chemical Industry, and also chairman of the ICCA, which is the world organization above the chemical associations in the world. Since 2012, I am honorary chairman of the Executive Committee. Today, I'm member of Supervisory Board of Louis Delhaize, ING Belgium, Domo Chemicals, and Atlas Azelis.
Ich bin heute Vorstandsmitglied bei Louis Delhaize, bei ING Belgien, bei Domo Chemicals und bei Atlas Azelis.
Furthermore, I'm chairman of the board of several non-profit associations.
Außerdem bin ich Vorstandsvorsitzender mehrerer gemeinnütziger Organisationen.
Da ich auch über viele Jahre Erfahrung Plastikrohr Da ich auch über viele Jahre Erfahrung im Plastikrohrsektor verfüge, ebenso auf internationaler Ebene, kann ich gerade angesichts der wachsenden Bedeutung der Rohrsparte innerhalb der Wienerberger Gruppe einen wertvollen Beitrag, I hope, in Aufsichtsrat leisten. Ich verfüge über ausreichende zeitliche Ressourcen, um mich der Arbeit im Aufsichtsrat der Wienerberger AG zu widmen, sollte ich gewählt werden. Werde ich das Mandat auch mit Freude annehmen. Vielen Dank.
Dankeschön für die.
Thank you very much. We apologize for problems with the microphone. It's not going to happen, I hope, during the question and answer period. I continue with today's agenda. Item 6 on the agenda, election of the auditor of the annual financial statements for 2014. We have a proposal, a draft proposal. The Supervisory Board recommends that the AGM elect KPMG to audit the annual financial statements and consolidated financial statements for the financial year 2014. We have a letter from KPMG with the statement required according to the Austrian Company Code, indicating that there are no reasons that would justify any concern of partiality, and that KPMG has a certificate showing that they take part in an external quality assurance system. I move on to item 7. We authorized a capital with the possibility of excluding subscription rights. We have two proposals as follows. A, resolution on an authorized capital with the possibility of excluding subscription rights for fractional amounts, and a resolution on an authorized capital and on the amendment of paragraph 4 of the Articles of Association. Para 3 would then read as follows. The Managing Board is authorized, with the approval of the Supervisory Board, to increase the share capital of the company within 5 years from the date the amendment to the Articles of Association is registered in the Commercial Register, in multiple tranches, if required, against cash or contributions in kind, by up to 17,629,014 euros through the issue of up to 17,629,014 new bearer no par value shares, and to determine the issue price and the issue conditions. The statutory subscription rights can be granted to the shareholders in such a way that the capital increase will be undertaken by a bank or a consortium of banks with the obligation to offer the shareholders the opportunity to participate in the capital increase in proportion to their subscription rights, indirect subscription right. The Managing Board is authorized, with the approval of the Supervisory Board, to exclude the subscription rights of shareholders for fractional amounts which arise as a consequence of subscription ratios. The Managing Board is also authorized, with the approval of the Supervisory Board, to exclude subscription rights in relation to a capital increase from the authorized capital for contributions in kind, for the granting of shares for the purpose of acquiring companies, parts of companies, or interests in companies, or for over-allotment options in connection with the placement of new shares of the company, green shoe. The number of shares issued under exclusion of the subscription right may in total not exceed 5,876,338. The Supervisory Board is authorized to resolve on amendments to the Articles of Association resulting from the issue of shares under the authorized capital. It is therefore requested to adopt the resolution for the authorized capital and the amendment of the Articles of Association since the 18th of April 2014. These documents have been available on the website and available for inspection. Upon request, each shareholder received a copy thereof. I would also like to point out that a comparison of the old and the new version of the Articles of Association is contained in your documents. Adoption of the amendment to the Articles of Association requires a majority of 3/4 of the issued capital represented. In case this draft resolution is not adopted, Proposal B will be voted on. Resolution on an authorized capital and on the amendment to Article 4, Para 3 of the Articles of Association, authorized capital, as follows. Para 3 reads as follows. The Managing Board is authorized, with the approval of the Supervisory Board, to increase the share capital of the company within 5 years from the date the amendment to the Articles of Association is registered in the commercial registers in multiple tranches, if required, against cash or contributions in kind by up to 17,629,014 euros through the issue of up to 17,629,014 new bearer no par value shares, and to determine the issue price and the issue conditions. The statutory subscription rights can be granted to the shareholders in such a way that the capital increase will be undertaken by a bank or a consortium of banks with the obligation to offer the shareholders the opportunity to participate in the capital increase in proportion to their subscription right. The Managing Board is authorized, with the approval of the Supervisory Board, to exclude the subscription rights of shareholders for fractional amounts which arise as a consequence of subscription ratios. The Supervisory Board is authorized to resolve on amendments to the Articles of Association resulting from the issue of shares under the authorized capital. The proposal is to approve the authorized capital. The report by the Managing Board regarding the exclusion of subscription right has been available for inspection since the 18th of April 2014, and the draft resolution is contained in your folder of documents. Again, the amendment to the Articles of Association requires a majority of 3/4. I would now ask the members of the Managing Board for an additional explanation. Dear shareholders, I would like to briefly explain the proposal already presented by the chairperson. I may remind you that on the 14th of May 2009, that was our 140th AGM, decisions were taken regarding capital increases. These decisions expire on the 15th of July this year, and therefore proposals on items 7 and 8 on the agenda concern the future. Why are we requesting such authorization? We have no specific plans for a capital increase, but we want to have a certain degree of flexibility. We are requesting your authorization for 15% and the exclusion of subscription rights in the amount of 5% is requested because in the future it may be possible for Wienerberger to acquire companies and to use the shares as currency for acquisition. The issue regarding the green shoe is probably well known and has been explained. Through this authorization, we are only we would like to obtain a certain degree of flexibility. So this is a reserve resolution. So if draft proposal 7 is not, if the first proposal under item 7 is not accepted, we have a fallback position in the form of proposal B. We move on to item 8. We have regarding the authorization for the buyback of own shares. We have a proposal here. The managing board and the supervisory board recommend that the AGM authorize the managing board to repurchase the company's shares up to the maximum amount permitted by law during a period of 30 months, beginning on the date this resolution is passed, whereby the price for this buyback may not be higher than twice the stock exchange price on the 16th of May 2014 and not lower than €1 per share. Furthermore, the managing board will be authorized without a further resolution by the AGM to withdraw or resell these repurchased shares or to sell these repurchased share in another manner than over the stock exchange or through a public tender. This authorization replaces the authorization for the repurchase of the company's shares that was approved by the AGM on the 11th of May 2012. The statutory report on this agenda item by the managing board has been available for inspection for shareholders and is also available for download on the website. Upon request, shareholders received a copy thereof. Here again, I would ask the managing board to give us a brief explanation. By way of introduction, I would like to point out that today, as Wienerberger, we hold 2.1% treasury shares. Why are we asking for the authorization for a buyback? As a company, we would like to have the possibility within the statutory maximum of 10% and within the range between €1 and twice the stock exchange price, which is also laid down by law. Of course, we will only do so if it makes sense in economic terms. The buyback of shares may either lead to the withdrawal of shares or the shares may be used as acquisition currency. And again, this is an authorization which is to replace the resolution adopted at the 143rd AGM. And now I'd like to hand over to CEO Scheuch for his presentation of the year 2013.
Thank you very much. Together with my colleague Willy van Riet, I would like to briefly welcome the shareholders, and I also welcome you on behalf of the Wienerberger team, including the members of the Works Council. Here you have the agenda. First of all, an overview of the financial year 2013, markets and developments. Willy van Riet will then talk about details, the development of shares, and our chairperson will then lead you through corporate governance and remuneration policy. I will continue by presenting an outlook for 2014 and speak about the first quarter of this year, and I will also talk about the strategy of the Wienerberger Group. 2013, ladies and gentlemen, was characterized by a difficult business environment. Unfortunately, we had a very long winter. Snow until mid-April in parts of Europe. This had a dramatic impact on our business activities, particularly in Western Europe and Central and Eastern Europe. In many European markets, there was very little in terms of new housing starts, particularly in important markets, France and the Netherlands, but also in Belgium. The situation there was very difficult. In this context, I would like to mention once again that the market, new housing starts, 1- and 2-family homes, in 2013 was below the crisis year of 2009 in many of the European countries, shown in red on this illustration. So we had a very difficult market in 2013. I should also mention, however, that the US market started picking up. You can see a plus of 15% for one and two family homes, a very relevant market for us. This was reflected in our revenues. What about the British market? The British government launched a program that is providing loans with low interest rates for young families wishing to build a home. And you can see that the remainder of Europe showed negative figures, but there was stabilization in Romania, Bulgaria, and also the German market. So here we have a brief summary showing the volumes. Our traditional business, brick business, showed a decrease in Western Europe, a volume decrease, but even in this difficult market environment, we managed to raise prices. So price increases could be passed on to the market. This was the result of innovative products and measures which I will explain later on. Eastern Europe, stable product. Here we could achieve a stable situation despite declining markets. And we also had a more proactive price policy. You will be asking why. We thought it would make sense after the very difficult first quarter of 2013 to use a more aggressive approach in these markets in order to improve the competitive situation, and we succeeded. When it comes to the other areas, you can see that there was a stabilization. Semmelrock, of course, also suffered from the poor market environment. This graph is very important, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, we talked about the future of Wienerberger, and you can see very clearly that we have pipes and pavers making a very valuable contribution, 100 million in total. This is a clear-cut sign that when it comes to future developments and profitability and value creation, this particular segment is very important. It's more than the 11%. So it's a very good segment which we want to develop further. You can also see that weather conditions, market conditions, of course, meant pressure on the brick market. But this still is one of the important pillars for Wienerberger. There was a slight improvement in North America. The development was not as much as we expected, but we have achieved growth, a step-by-step growth, which is very important. Now let's take a look at the figures. Despite the market conditions, and also because we had full consolidation of Pipelife for a total of 12 months, we could increase our revenues by 13%. We now stand at revenues of 2.7 billion. And EBITDA also showed a positive development, even though the situation in the brick sector was difficult. Cost savings measures in 2012 and 2013 had a positive impact on the cost structure. And what is also important, ladies and gentlemen, in view of this market environment, we reduced our net debt by another 10%. So this means that we have clearly reached our goals, the goals that we have set for ourselves. Total investments, slightly more than 100 billion. These investments, ladies and gentlemen, were necessary for our operating business, but we also made smaller investments to adjust and adapt our portfolio. mineral-filled bricks, for instance. So altogether, we had a positive development. Our goals, reaching more revenues, better results, have been achieved. We had a strong cash flow in 2013. Therefore, we suggest a dividend of 12 cents per share. And the outlook for 2014 is positive. I will come back to that later on. What is important, ladies and gentlemen, is to continue our optimization measures. That is to say, our optimization program is on schedule in 2013. We had another restructuring program leading to 19 billion cost savings. We decided that we would also get rid of our no-core business, so we sold non-operating assets according to plan, that is 12 million euros, and everything is according to schedule. Cash flow, 165 million, and we could also reduce our net debt. A few words about pipes and pavers. Significant growth as a result of consolidating pipe life. And you can see that we now have a sector that has external revenues of more than 1 billion, and this is a sector which we will develop and expand further in the coming years. 2013 was a very successful year for pipes and pavers. Here we have large dimension pipes for the oil industry. It was an exceptionally good year, and it will be difficult to repeat this in 2014, but we are well positioned on the market when it comes to Steinzeug, Keramo. Again, there were positive developments in Europe. There were one-time costs for the closing down of a plant, but we had provided for that in 2013. The profitability of this sector is very satisfactory. Semmelrock is a leading company in Eastern Europe in the segment pipes and pavers, and again, we were able to reduce costs despite volume declines. When it comes to bricks, roof tiles, facing tiles, clay blocks, of course, there was a strong influence last year in the first quarter of the long winter, the severe weather conditions. In the second half of the year, particularly in the final quarter, the situation improved greatly, and we had volume growth in Western and Eastern Europe. And today, we are satisfied with the situation as it is. We have adjusted our costs, and we will show you later on that the degree of utilization of our plants is also satisfactory. The residential construction market in the United States has picked up, and there was a clear volume growth in 2013. Unfortunately, one important region, Georgia, with Atlanta, shows considerable price pressure because there are other competitors, a major company from Australia, a very aggressive competitor. But when it comes to bricks, we have one company in the United States where we will be able to extend capacities. Next, I would like to hand over to my colleague, Willi, who will talk about the financial results.
A cordial welcome also from my part, ladies and gentlemen. Our results 2013 and the development of the share price. This is what I'm going to talk about. This is our consolidated income statement. Revenues up by 13%, operating EBITDA up by 9%. I'll come back to that later. The EBITDA margin has dropped slightly from 10.4% to 10%. This is driven by 12 months of pipe life in 2013, whereas in 2012 it was only 7 months. And as we communicated last year already, the pipe life EBITDA margin is lower than that of traditional Wienerberger business. Depreciation at last year's level, slightly less because we had fewer special write-offs, so this is the normal rhythm as far as depreciation is concerned. We have an operating EBIT of 55 million compared with 31 million the year before, up by 78 million. One-off results, you may remember, in 2012 we had a restructuring program. We had provisioned for that. And we also had goodwill impairment in 2012. None of that in 2013 because everything had already been accounted for in 2012. You will remember that in 2008 we made a provision for an impending antitrust penalty in Germany. We were able to release that provision, and this is what we did in the course of 2013. We released the provision. The result is an EBIT of 64.7 million for 2013, compared with minus 21.7 million in 2012. It should be noted, though, that 2012 felt the burden of one-off costs. When we look at the development of revenues, I mentioned a 13% increase, which comprises the following: 15% consolidation effect of pipe life, that is 347 million, 5 additional months of revenues compared with 2012, which only had 7 months. So as of the 1st of June 2012, pipe life was consolidated, and in 2013, pipe life was consolidated for the full year, which meant a 15% increase in revenue. In our traditional business, we had a volume decline of 1%, a stable price development, a slight effect of price increases, but also price reduction, which compensated the price reductions in other markets, and we had a small minus 1% FX effect. Now, the same for EBITDA changes by segment 2012 compared with 2013. Clay building materials, that is bricks in Western and Eastern Europe. We had a difficult beginning of the year, which could not be made up for later by a good fourth quarter, but you can see very clearly that the negative development in these two segments was made up for by a 31.1 million consolidation effect of pipe life. This is included under pipes and pavers, Western Europe and Eastern Europe, and an improvement in North America, which occurred in the course of the year. A plus 9% EBITDA, if we corrected that for FX effects of 4.3 million, we can see that in organic terms, we would have had a slight decline by 4% in EBITDA. If you look at the individual items under EBIT, income from investments in associates, 4.5 in 2012, minus 2.6 in 2013. Why such a fluctuation? First, the effect of pipeline consolidation, 2012. For 5 months, pipeline in 2012 was still accounted for under associates, which was a positive item, while in 2013, our clay tile activities unfortunately suffered from a difficult market environment, and in comprehensive restructuring program had to be undertaken, which of course burdened the results and ultimately made a negative contribution to the result. Can we go back once more? One slide back, please. Interest income, a slight decline from 2012. As you know, you get hardly any interest on cash, and we weren't as successful there as in 2012. Interest and similar expenses remained more or less stable. I'll talk about the financial situation of the group as a whole later on, and I will also tell you what we intend to do there. Other financial results, again, the one-off pipeline effect in 2012. We would have booked an increase by 42 million. If we hadn't had that, the other financial results would have been more or less the same as 2013. So the profit before tax, minus 3.1 compared with minus 36.2 the year before. Positive and negative one-off effects balance each other out. Income taxes, minus 4.8. But that is before the hybrid coupon of 32 million, the profit after tax. Tondach Kleinstetten, as you know, a producer of clay roof tiles in Eastern Europe, 15 plants in 11 countries, 50% Wienerberger owned, 50% family owned. Therefore, it's consolidated at equity in financial results. Revenues approximately 160 million in 2013. And as I said, the market environment was difficult. We reacted to that. We adjusted our structures and we optimized working capital. We cut down our stocks and we also reduced capacity utilization. That burdened the result, and this is why the result for Tondach is negative for the year as a whole. Schlagmann, our second big at equity participation, a producer of clay blocks with 4 plants in Bavaria. Bavaria is one of the stronger markets in Germany with a strong brick business. Schlagmann has a highly efficient plant network, 50% Wienerberger owned and 50% family owned. The participation is consolidated at equity, revenues approximately 60 million and plus 3 million contribution last year. So it's doing quite well considering the market conditions in the Bavarian region. Heimo Scheuch mentioned our restructuring program. In 2012, we reported in greater detail on our restructuring program. In 2013, we continued the restructuring program, particularly those measures which we had already announced the year before. For the markets that were hit hardest, Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, and France, additional plants had to be mothballed. We reduced the number of shifts worked, and we reduced administrative costs. In 2013, we achieved cost savings of 19 million. Our cost savings are on target, and we will still be reducing costs in 2014 because closing down plants takes a while. And by the end of 2014, we will have generated 50 million from that program. Sale of non-operating assets. It's our target to generate proceeds of 100 million in the period from 2012 to 2013. We have historical costs of 156 million acquisition cost on our balance sheet. Half of that has already been reduced. We are selling land where brick plants were closed down, most of that in Western Europe. So we are on target. We are not under pressure. Besides normal sales, we hope to be able to develop certain real estate items, but as I said, we are on track with this program of selling non-operating assets. In 2013, we sold land in the amount of 22 million, generating proceeds of 13.6 million cash in 2013. Why not on a one-to-one basis? Some payments will still be coming in future years. So we are making progress towards our plan of achieving 50 million. Cash flow development is satisfactory when you look at gross cash flow. That is our cash flow driver. Plus 37.6 million compared with 2012. Change in working capital. The change was not as significant as in 2012, but we're still positive 26.2 million from working capital. That is mainly from the reduction of stock. In 2012, it was 102 million. This was mostly due to the fact that Pipelife was consolidated at a point in time which had a strong seasonal effect. Stocks were highest at the end of May, and this is why in 2012 we were able to generate such a large amount from changes in working capital. Normal CapEx, almost unchanged compared with 2012, slightly less than what we had originally communicated, because at the beginning of 2013, when we could see that markets would be difficult, we slowed down our investments, and we're going to shift some of the investments into 2014. Divestments were mainly in cash flow, 8 million in 2013, but we still have a free cash flow of 92.9 million compared with 163.6 million free cash flow. But there you would have to deduct the 100 million Pipe Life stock, and you can see that we're doing quite well as far as free cash flow is concerned. About 50% of the free cash flow is accounted for by operational business of Pipe Life. Growth CapEx, 163 million in 2012. That was mostly the acquisition of Pipe Life, which is no longer there. In 2013, practically no growth investments, and payments made for the dividend and the hybrid coupon, and dividends received, which in 2012, again from Pipe Life, I have to repeat that again and again, we got 10 million dividend from Pipe Life in 2012, which of course we no longer got in 2013, because the company Pipe Life was already fully consolidated. Total investments, 106 million. That is 54% of depreciation. Mostly normal capex, but also investment in innovation of plant and equipment. Growth capex in 2012, mostly Pipe Life, hardly anything in 2013. Our balance sheet. Non-current assets, lower than the year before. Property, plant, and equipment. We are highly capital intensive. I don't need to explain that. Included goodwill, mostly in Western European brick business and roof tile business, and a smaller part from the United States. Intangible assets, almost the same as the year before. 200 million euro, mostly brands and technology. Current assets, this is cash and cash equivalents. 496 million cash in 2012. It was 242. You know, in the spring of 2013, we placed a bond issue. We are paying back in 2014, and we wanted to have a certain buffer for the result from 2012, but we were happy to see that the result turned out to be better than expected thanks to the good last quarter. Equity, 2.2 billion. Non-current provisions and liabilities, 1.1. Long-term financial liabilities, 836. Short-term financial liabilities, 290, much higher than in 2012. This is because of the bond that will be redeemed in 2014, and it's shown already on the 2013 balance sheet as a short-term liability. We have a strong balance sheet with a low gearing. Our net debt is 539 million. Equity, 2.2 billion. This includes, according to IFRS, the hybrid capital of about 500 million, which under IFRS is accounted for as equity. So 2.2 billion, of which 0.5 billion hybrid. We have a strong equity ratio of 54%, almost the same as 2012, and a low gearing of 24%. Development of net debt in 2013, 602 million net debt at the end of 2012 have been strongly reduced through gross cash flow of 164. This then a mix of dividends received and dividends paid, 10 million, hybrid coupon 32 million, total investments 106 million, working capital and others we generated 48 million. That means we brought our net debt down to 538 8 million. What is the term structure? The term structure is extremely balanced. Small tranches will still have to be served. For the we have enough cash for redeeming the bond issue in 2014. 200 to 300 million are always needed for the reduction of working capital. That will be the same in the future. The working capital requirement increases as we are growing, and we can see growth coming in the future in our markets, and we will get less back from working capital as a result. We intend to finance working capital through bank lines in the future and not by holding cash on the balance sheet as we did in the future. Because that has a negative carry, you get hardly any interest on cash and you still have to pay a coupon. So we expect a positive result, a positive impact on our financial result for the future. This is really a reaction to an improving economy and a skillful way of dealing with banks. Here are our treasury ratios. The covenant, the target level is operating EBITDA less than 2.5 at year-end. When I take a quick look at the regions, you can see that clay building materials is a difficult market in Western Europe. France, Netherlands, and Belgium continue to be difficult with a significant decline in new residential construction. They're below the weak markets of 2009. Germany shows a positive trend regarding building permits for single-family homes. But, as I said, there was flooding in 2013, a lot of flooding, and housing starts were shifted, and we therefore suffered a decline in volumes, particularly in facing bricks and roof tiles. There is a certain recovery of the British market, supported by the stimulus program and also by normal demand as it increases as the economy is picking up. Price increases in Western Europe where possible, despite a difficult market condition, but they are in line with cost inflation. Eastern Europe is a difficult market environment. Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary are persistently troubled markets. We continued investing in production facilities for innovative products, and we can see a positive development in our Russian business in 2013. We've seen a certain amount of stabilization of our business in Romania and Bulgaria. Our EBITDA is 40 million, and the EBITDA margin is still satisfactory. Pipe Life, a stable development of volumes. International project business has been going well worldwide, particularly in the Middle East. Our large diameter pipes are in demand, and international project business normally has a better margin than ongoing business in Austria. Steinzeug, stable revenues, stable volumes and prices. The same also holds for Eastern Europe. Volume growth and earnings and margin growth as a result of higher sales volumes. For Pipe Life, Semmelrock, thanks to cost savings, a relatively satisfactory result. It was a challenging market because there is no demand for pavers when in a long winter and bad weather conditions. North America, we did see growth, but only from the middle of the year onwards. And we benefited from favorable market conditions in the fourth quarter. We reduced our inventories, and we were not working to capacity. We're working at a low level of capacity in our plants. Well, we're talking about the North American market, but North America comprises different sub-markets. North Carolina is as big as a normal European country, and the different sub-markets show different developments. America as a whole was driven largely in 2013 by the Sunbelt states. We're not represented there. We're not represented in Florida and along the West Coast, nor are we represented in Texas. But these are states that have a big impact on the U.S. economy. The plastic pipe business, we were working to capacity. We were selling off stocks in 2012. There were none left for 2013. So, by way of summary, I would say that Wienerberger is still generating strong cash flows. Our net debt versus operating, or as a percent of operating EBITDA, has been reduced. Restructuring is according to plan, and our sales of non-operating assets are also on track. Just a few words about the solo financial statement for Wienerberger AG, which serves as a holding company for the group. It's the parent of the group. It is in charge of the strategic orientation of the group. It manages the business units. It is responsible for financing the group. It raises funds and distributes them among the group, and it provides corporate services. That is, revenues of Wienerberger AG mainly arise from license fees, for which we re-invoice for the use of trademarks, and corporate services for our subsidiaries. The balance sheet of Wienerberger AG is a typical balance sheet of a holding company drawn up according to the Austrian Company Code and not according to IFRS. That is, Austrian accounting rules apply. We have property, plant, and equipment of 3.8 billion. Current assets, 789 million, of which cash and balances with banks, and that is held by the subsidiaries and their operational business. The balance sheet total is 4.6 billion, 3.8 billion of which are participations, equity 2.3 billion, and this is typical for the Austrian tax situation. The hybrid is not accounted for as equity, but as a liability. So the figure includes the hybrid. The income statement of Wienerberger AG, revenues 37.8 million through the re-invoicing of our services to the other companies of the group and also the license fees. Financial result 38.9 million, comprising the dividend of 100 from the operating business and interest, and 83 million impairment booked on participations held by the AG itself. What remains is a profit before tax of 23 million. Taxes were paid in the amount of 5.8 million. We had to pay arrears for the years 2003 to 2009 because we had a tax audit. Nevertheless, the AG shows a net profit for the year of 17.4 million. And therefore, we propose that after profits carried forward, we have a net profit of 18.8 million, and dividends minus dividends on treasury stock are to be proposed. The rest will be carried forward. So the dividend proposal is 12 cents per share. Why do we pay out a dividend? Although the group has been making a loss, we think the strong cash flow in 2013 and our confidence that we are generating cash flow on a sustainable basis. This is the basis for our dividend proposal for this year. It's the same as last year. Of course, there is still uncertainty and a lack of visibility in the market. That's clear. And our future dividend policy will depend on the development of business. We're not going to commit ourselves to a fixed payout ratio because in a cyclical business, it's very difficult to foresee what's going to happen next year. We will be paying out a dividend, but the amount depends on the situation of the business. The ex-day is the 20th of May, and the first day of payment is the 22nd of May. Just a few words about our shareholder structure. 117 million shares of zero par value, 100% free float. 70% of the shares are held by institutional investors. You can see the shareholder structure, which we try to establish. Those are no par value shares, and those that notified significant holdings are Black Creek in Canada, First Eagle in New York in the United States, and Marathon Asset Management from the UK. Dodge & Cox was also a major shareholder, but they sold shares during recent months, and they hold approximately 4% of the shares of the group. The stock price development was very satisfactory in 2014. When we look at the 1st of January 2013 and the development until the end of the year, plus 66%. This slide was made a week ago. Now we are at 12.2, so since the beginning of the year, the stock price has been going up again. Meanwhile, it's come down slightly, so there are fluctuations, but it's clear that we're showing a good performance also in comparisons with our peers, and we're outperforming the ATX. Of course, we started from a very low level, but we're moving up and we are recovering.
Ja, dann setze ich fort mit dem dritten Teil.
I would like to continue with the third part, dealing with corporate governance and remuneration. I will give you a summary of some of the major topics, and you will find the details in the business report. Corporate governance and risk management. We are focused on transparency and are fully committed to the Austrian Corporate Governance Code. Risk management involves an annual risk evaluation, and The audit of the internal control system is conducted by the Internal Audit Department, and it is the audit committee which deals with these matters and which met 5 times last year, as already mentioned. The Supervisory Board undergoes regular self-evaluation and on this basis defines measures for improvement of efficiency. And high corporate governance standards also include a new remuneration scheme for the Managing Board and the top management, which is in line with international standards. Regarding the remuneration scheme for top management, it was developed together with an international consultant, Mercer. The model is in line with international corporate governance standards and, of course, also with the Austrian Corporate Governance Code. That is to say, we focus on sustainability and long-term development. And this can be achieved with the model that we chose. Short-term and long-term variable remuneration focused on sustainable development of the company. And we feel that the model is transparent and easy to understand, and it is described in great detail in the annual business report. Remuneration of management, of course, is linked with long-term corporate objectives. First of all, let me talk about the long-term incentive program, the long-term variable remuneration for Managing Board and selected top managers. In the annual general meeting 2010, the program was presented in detail. The members of the Managing Board, as well as selected top managers, are eligible for participation. This involves the following groups: the Managing Board, the business unit management, top management at headquarters, and the managing directors of large country organizations, according to revenues and capital employed. As regards the Managing Board, there is a fixed component. The fixed component reflects the scope of responsibility. This scheme has been in existence since 2013. You can see the figures here for 2014 for Heimo Scheuch and Willy van Riet. You can read the figures from the chart. Starting in 2015, the fixed component will be adjusted based on the consumer price index. So I don't think I have to go into detail, and I don't intend to read all the figures. These figures, of course, are included in the annual report and also on this chart. So much on the fixed component. Then there's also a short-term variable component. The targets are defined by the Supervisory Board for the following year, in writing, of course. So this short-term variable component is based on financial targets. On the one hand, that is to say 75% of EBITDA and free cash flow, and strategic targets, accounting for 25%. So these are the rules for the two the board members. If the targets are met, the bonus equals 100% of fixed remuneration. If the targets are exceeded, the upper limit equals 150% of fixed remuneration. Payout of short-term bonuses is effected in 2 installments over 2 years. 50% each year, and the payout of the second installment, and this is an important point, is only affected if at least 70% of the targets for the previous financial years have been met. A few words about the long-term variable component, the LTI program. I've already indicated that this is nothing new. The model has been in existence for several years. This long-term variable remuneration is linked to cash flow return on investment and the share price. And we have heard that the development in last year was very good. Also, there's a cap for the long-term variable component, namely 100% of the fixed remuneration. Payout is effective in 3 installments over a period of 3 years. And again, payout of the second and third installments requires that targets have been met. Here you have a summary. Fixed remuneration, short-term and long-term variable remuneration. The figures for 2013 are shown here, which again I will not discuss in detail, if you agree. I would like to point out, though, that in 2012, the managing board waived the bonus due to the restructuring program, and targets were met in part in 2013, and this led to the payout. A few words about the structure of the supervisory board. As already mentioned, the supervisory board consists of 5 members at present. 6 of them are elected shareholder representatives. Mr. Kadernoska passed away on the 9th of December 2013. We want to increase the supervisory board by 2 members, and the new members suggested are Mr. Franz Josef Haselberger and Mr. Christian Joquin. Let me now come to the remuneration scheme of the supervisory board. It has been in existence since 2011 and was approved by the AGM 2011. It includes a fixed remuneration for ordinary supervisory board members, 15,000, the vice chairman receives 22,500, and the chairperson 30,000 euros. Then there is a fixed remuneration for committee members, depending on the workload, and again, the figures are listed here. And also, there is an attendance fee per meeting per day for supervisory board meetings and committee meetings that take place on a different day. We are always trying to block meetings and to have several meetings on one day. And here you have a list of the remuneration of the supervisory board for 2012 and 2013. In 2013, the total amount is slightly lower. One of the reasons, of course, being the downsizing of the supervisory board. So much governance and remuneration, and I would like to hand over to Heimer Scheich, who will talk about the first quarter and the outlook for 2014. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, shareholders, the first quarter of 2013 was a bit friendlier than that of last year, thanks to the fact that we had a mild weather in Europe and building activities could start earlier. So in all Western, Central and Eastern European markets, we could see strong volume growth. This had an impact on bricks, facing bricks, clay blocks, roof tiles, but also on pipe and paver business. I've already referred to Pipe Life. The international results were somewhat less because of a decline in the international market. But in North America, again, we had difficult weather situations, particularly on the East Coast and in the Southeast, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee. There was a harsh winter up until April, and this, of course, had a negative impact. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we succeeded in reaching a record high in terms of revenues in the first quarter of this year. This is an all-time record high, an increase of 19% in revenues, an increase of EBITDA from 22 million to 28 million this year. This was also due to the fact that we could sell our products. We did not have major inventories, so net debt could be reduced to 733 million. So debt declined markedly. Let's take a look at the details. An increase of 19% because of higher volume sales. We could also adjust prices upwards. That added 2%. Then the foreign exchange effect, of course, did have an impact on us, which should not be underestimated. The ruble being one of the reasons, and also the Norwegian crown. Altogether, we had a 19% increase of revenues, a very positive result. Let's take a look at the individual segments or regions. Western Europe, BRICS, CBM, Western Europe did very well. Again, one of the reasons being a good start for roofing due to the mild weather. So here we had a very positive development. In the United Kingdom, too, there was a very strong development. We could also benefit from a better utilization on the European continent, Belgium, for instance. And here, of course, it was not only the weather that had an impact. We also worked hard on new products and in recent years, and as a result, we could gain market shares in some of the regions. Eastern Europe, despite the difficult market situation in countries like the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and former Yugoslavia, we had a growth rate of a growth by almost 6 million. Western Europe Pipelife, no business in the first quarter. In Eastern Europe, an increase in pipes and pavers, 4 million, and, as I've already indicated, the negative impact of the strong winter in North America meant a slight setback, but we are optimistic and expect to catch up before the end of this year. Remember the map that I showed you at the beginning? Here the situation looks a bit friendlier. We have a strong increase in the United Kingdom, 10%. So there are new housing starts. The situation on the European continent is a bit more difficult. In France and the Netherlands, there is still considerable pressure on the housing market, on housing starts. We have reached the bottom level, I would say. In the Netherlands, housing starts are down to the level of post-World War II years. So the political situation also had an impact, but we expect stabilization tendencies. There will be elections in France, and we expect housing starts in France to rise again. What is positive is to see that in Germany, for instance, in the first quarter, we could see an increase. The Polish market is better off than it was last year. It shows a slight plus, and the remaining markets in Central and Eastern Europe are also showing stabilization tendencies, with the exception of Hungary, where we have a very difficult market environment. A few words about the topical political, and not only political, crisis in Ukraine. We do not have production sites in Ukraine, no operational business. We export from Slovakia, from Romania, from Hungary. We export roof tiles into this region. You can imagine that there's no business going on at the moment. We have just a few staff members, an office in Kiev, which we want to maintain. As regards Russia, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 plants, 2 brick manufacturing plants, one in the Moscow region, one in Kazan, and we have a pipeline plant near Moscow. Things are normal. The operating business shows no difficulties. We will see in the course of the year what the development in Russia is going to be ultimately, but as of today, we are optimistic. Renovation, the renovation sector. Here, again, you can see that figures are better than they were a few years ago. So the market in the European Union is becoming more dynamic and gaining momentum. Let me now briefly focus on the individual segments. CBM Europe, we expect that the positive development in the first quarter will continue. We should have a slight or moderate volume growth. The good weather, of course, meant that we could start building projects somewhat earlier. So in some of the Western European countries, perhaps the growth will slow down, but basically things are going well. When it comes to prices, we could actually achieve price increases. Cost savings, you will remember Willy talked about 17 million this year. 6 million were already realized in the first quarter. The remainder will be realized in the second and third quarters. So again, a very strong performance, which was really needed after the very poor development in recent years. Now, however, we are quite satisfied, and we expect another contribution from the sale of non-operating assets in the amount of 10 million. North America, I've already mentioned, a difficult start because of the bad weather. Now we are seeing an improvement, so 2-digit growth figures should be possible. I've already mentioned the price policy in the Atlanta region. This flexible price policy will be continued. So we are expecting a stable development of earnings and a revenue and earnings growth. Pipes and pavers. In Europe, here everything is on track. In Northern Europe, Sweden, Finland, Norway, very important markets, business is going well. It has been going well in the first quarter of the year, and we expect this trend to continue. When it comes to a project business, it will not be as good as last year, so there will be a slight decline in earnings for Pipelife. Steinzeug-Keramo, here a plant in the Netherlands has been closed down, and I expect that we will see significant earnings growth. Semmelrock is doing well. The results for the first quarter were very good. There may be a slight decline over the coming months, but basically a very good result, stable earnings. So this will mean an operating EBITDA of 300 million. Last year, we had a very strong fourth quarter. Because of the mild winter, we will see whether this can be repeated, but we expect to achieve these 300 million in operating EBITDA. 10 million will come from real estate sales. It may be a bit more. We are working on it, as Willy pointed out. If so, we will communicate that. Normal capex for the entire group also includes increasing efficiency and improvement the product portfolio. It will mean 125 million and cost savings of 17 million. Let me now talk about the strategy of the Wienerberger Group. How do we view the development in the years to come? I would like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for supporting us in these crisis years. It was a tough time. We were all affected, and fortunately, you have all contributed. So my thanks for bringing us through this crisis. We have made good use of the time to reposition ourselves. We've seen that brick business in Europe is not enough to guarantee a positive development for Wienerberger in the future. So we expanded our core business, and we changed or adjusted the P&P sector. We achieved portfolio optimization. We broadened our core business. We focused on product innovation and systems solution. We no longer are a simple brick manufacturer. And thus, we have geared Wienerberger towards future growth. Let's come back to the crisis. Let's go back to the period 2005 to 2008, before the crisis and then the years after the crisis. You can see the sharp decline that we had suffered. North America down to 500,000 starts from 2 million, and an 85% decline as compared to the years before the crisis. So we had to reposition ourselves, and we had to change our cost structures, and we also had to work on our market approach. And as you can see, we have overcome the crisis step by step by reducing fixed costs by 200 million euros. 75 plants had to be shut down or mothballed. This, of course, means a lot of work. It's not enough to shut down a plant. We also tried not to lose any market shares. Unfortunately, we also had to reduce the number of employees by a total of 3,000. But we focused on operational excellence, that is to say, improving the degree of efficiency. So, from today's viewpoint, we can say that the restructuring of the Wienerberger Group is completed. Let's take a look at some of the important aspects in this regard. Strict working capital management. We really worked hard. It's not easy to achieve 7% in a time of crisis. So again, it's thanks to the cooperation of all of you that we could achieve this result. And this, of course, required also a group-wide supply chain management. During the crisis period, of course, we made sure that Wienerberger had enough liquidity, a balanced repayment profile, and refinancing has proceeded in smaller tranches, something which is quite acceptable. And actually, we stayed a bit below the internal target, a net debt operating EBITDA ratio at less than 2.5 at year end. So we clearly stated that we would sell our non-operating assets step by step. This includes machinery, premises, real estate. We will do this step by step, but we will not sell our sites to competitors. So we expect to get proceeds of 100 million in the period 2012 to 2016. The repositioning of the Wienerberger Group. Let me recall that in 2010 we took over all the shares of Semmelrock. We took over Steinzeug in 2010, integrated 50% of Tondach in 2011 and 100% of Pipelife in 2012. Before the crisis, there was a focus on residential new buildings. Now this share has been decreased from 70 to 60%. It is much better balanced. Wienerberger today has a very efficient structure. North America, pipes and pavers Europe, and clay building materials Europe. These are the three areas. Let's take a look at revenues. 2007, there was focus on facing bricks and wall. Today, we find that the portfolio is better balanced. We have included pipes. Here again, the contribution of pipes and pavers, 100 million altogether, or 40% of revenues. So we have repositioned Wienerberger. We have achieved a solid basis for future developments. When looking at Wienerberger today, we have a very strong focus on marketing, on operations, marketing and sales. This will have to be strengthened even more in the coming years because there's a lot of competition. We have become a company offering system solutions. This was something that our customers actually requested. We are also focusing on technological leadership. We are clearly aiming at technological leadership, and of course we focus on innovations. 200 new products were launched last year. Let me just give you a few examples from the Wienerberger world. Ceramic pipes, a very important segment. We need to bear in mind where communities, local authorities invest. Our pipes meet cradle-to-cradle certification requirements. What does this mean? Our ceramic pipes are made from natural raw materials. They are recyclable. So this actually is the first company that has produced a product that has no impact on the climate. It's independent, from the climate, and it creates value throughout the year. Here, Semmelrock, well known for the innovative products. This is an example where Pipelife actually is the world market leader. Large dimension and long length and large diameter pipe systems. These pipes have a diameter of up to 2.5 meters, a length of up to 600 meters. They are produced in Norway and shipped worldwide. So again, here Wienerberger is the world leader. The brick home faces the comparison. Very often the question is, can Wienerberger, can brick buildings cope with competitors and competitive materials? We certainly can do that. A brick building compared with a wooden house. Here you have a brief summary of the results, a comparison between brick buildings and timber frame houses. Let's take a family house. Actually, there are three possibilities: a concrete building, a timber frame building, and a brick house. When you look at insulation, of course, concrete and timber frame buildings need a lot of insulation material. All sorts of insulation products have to be used, and this means additional costs. However, when you look at a brick building using modern products, let's take the Bavarian market. This example is taken from the Bavarian market, one of the important European markets. So, given the same climate conditions, the same requirements on insulation, etc., thermal insulation, the brick house shows a cost advantage of 12%. When we look at sustainability, and this is a topic for politicians and decision makers, of course, we will have to find a definition for sustainability. Sustainability, of course, means a life of more than 10 years. When you compare concrete buildings, timber frame buildings, and brick buildings over a period of 60 years, maintenance costs are much more favorable for brick houses. So, here, brick houses actually show an advantage, and we have to use these advantages and point them out in our marketing and advertising activities. So we can certainly compete with other building materials. We invested a great deal in the insulation-filled clay blocks in recent years. We have opened a modern plant in the Czech Republic, and this product, insulation-filled clay blocks, is gaining market shares. This product family, of course, will be expanded in throughout Europe. We also want to get our foot into new markets. In the United Kingdom, load-bearing walls are built out of concrete or wood. So in the last 3 years, we focused on this particular market, and actually we find that the first 1,500 homes are built with porotherm clay blocks in the United Kingdom. The situation in North America is similar. They don't use clay block walls, but again, we developed an endurance brick, which is a very sustainable product, and we built the first houses in cooperation with Habitat. Multi-story buildings, an example from France, a project with 213 housing units, a multi-story student dormitory. There were high standards, very stringent requirements, and we could show that we could actually meet all these requirements in France, a market which is dominated by concrete. So we are trying to reconquer this market step by step. There's a very interesting project in Lustenau, Austria, an office building, the first office building in Austria that does not need heating or air conditioning. You can get the information from the internet. It's the first project, an office building requiring neither heating nor air conditioning. So we feel that we have geared Wienerberger towards future growth. We have a high cash flow. Willy van Riet has already pointed out that we have been able to reduce our debt, which we will continue to do. We have organic growth. This is one of our priorities. So when you have a utilization of 50 or 60%, and this is true for some of the regions, we will, of course, try to improve the situation. This is one of our declared goals. But we will also invest, or we will think about growth investments in the future. So, organic growth, use of existing capacities. We will have to focus on marketing and sales in the brick business, and our colleagues are working on that. I've already mentioned that we are investing in technology. We want to achieve technological leadership and product innovations. And one of our advantages is, of course, that we have made investments in the past and we have very efficient plants. And of course, we will try to maximize return on existing assets. When it comes to growth investments, we are focusing on our core markets, the European Union, and we will see whether we can introduce growth projects there. These are small, selective projects. And then, of course, there are growth strategies for all business units of Wienerberger. Clay building materials, Europe are one of our priorities, of course. There's still a lot to be done in other areas as well. But when it comes to markets, products, performance, portfolio, we have established the basis for further development. We have improved our utilization, the utilization of capacity in some markets, and we are trying to improve the situation in other markets. We want to make use or focus on the fact that we are offering system solutions. When it comes to pipes, again, this is a segment that we want to develop further. Pipe Life offers a very sound strategic basis in Europe, which we plan to expand further. And there are many opportunities, wastewater, sewage pipes, etc., etc. So we will define the individual sectors, and we will always try to be among the top 3 companies. Here, again, we are aiming at operational excellence, at improving our margins, increasing our shares, a share of accessories, of course, and the revenue is very important. We are focusing on system solutions, and we will certainly be able to have some bolt-on value-creating acquisitions. The leading supplier of ceramic pipes, Steinzeug Caramo, is a leader in Europe and worldwide. There's an increased need for renovation of existing sewage networks. We could increase our market share also in Eastern and Southern Europe. We also have developed new methods of laying pipes underground. So we are trying to expand our presence in Eastern Europe because there this is a classical market for sewage pipes. So here we expect to also improve our position in the Middle East. Semmelrock, a market leader in Central and Eastern Europe. Here the strategy is to focus on top quality, high-priced products. We want to improve our capacity utilization, and we need to expand our market shares in the relevant markets. We do have innovative products. There will be a rollout of further innovative products, and we will increase the share of premium products in our mix, and we are also focusing on selective projects in Eastern Europe. Northern market, an important market for the Wienerberger Group. In some of the regions, we have a very strong market position, southwest, for instance, and also in the southern states. Now, this is something where, again, we need to expand further. We, last year, 2013, we had a capacity utilization of 50% only. So we have capacity reserves, and we will certainly be able to improve our position continuously. Again, we will focus on customer orientation, and we will also make sure to strengthen our market position in regional markets. So we have a clearly defined strategy for every region and segment. There's a strong commitment of the management to financial discipline. Net debt, the net debt operating EBITDA should be below 2.5 at year end, and we do have room for selective growth projects. However, we will make sure that these are economical and are value-creating projects. So we feel that we have a very sound growth strategy for the future. Let me summarize, ladies and gentlemen. The diversification strategy of Wienerberger, away from bricks only, has added strong and stable businesses. We now have an opportunity, given that markets are improving. With our good structure, we will definitely benefit. We can see this already in Belgium and in the United Kingdom. And, of course, we will always continue to focus on optimization on the production side, on the customer side. We will keep an eye on the market, and we will present ourselves as a company providing system solutions and sustainable products. So, by way of summary, I can say that we have overcome the crisis, we have repositioned Wienerberger, and thus we have geared Wienerberger towards future growth. Our EBITDA has improved greatly. We will return to the profit zone. This is very important. This was one of our clear targets, and I cordially invite you to join us on our course in the coming years, and I'm sure that it will be a very successful course. Thank you very much for your attention.
Auch von meiner Seite.
I too would like to thank you for your attention. My thanks also go to the Managing Board for the presentations. I've already received a number of questions. So we're going to start the question and answer period. I will always ask 2, 3, or 4 people to put their questions, and then we will invite answers. Michael Knapp would like to put his questions himself. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Michael Knapp. I represent my own shares, and I also represent the shares of a number of other shareholders. I've received 97 proxies, and I represent 18,228,252 shares. That is about 15.5% of the share capital. Thank you very much for your presentations. The outlook for 2014 seems to be good, but you may have forgotten that the weather is not too good, or is good even for Pipelife, because Pipelife has storm rain collection systems. Growth investments 2013. In your annual report on page 86, you're mentioning capex, normal capex, and you also mentioned that you bought a piece of land for 700,000 euros for a possible new plant. Now, where is that land located? Which division does it belong to? Is it perhaps in India? You said that you are evaluating the possibility of investing in India. So what's the size of that plot of land, and when is the construction of the new plant to be started? And if it's not India, is it better to build a new plant than to reactivate a mothballed plant, in case the land is located in an area where we already have production sites? A question about Ukraine. Unfortunately, in the schedule of participations, we can see that we have a Wienerberger unit in Ukraine. I don't know what that unit is doing. Is it merely a distributor, or is it producing? And what is the impact of current events on our operations in Ukraine? Are there any Austrian staff working there, and are they in safety? Of course, my safety concern is about all the people working there, not just Austrians. So no matter how many people are working there, are they in safety? Steinzeug-Keramo was mentioned a couple of times. You made me smile, or you make me smile, because in your annual report on pages 94, 95, and 96, you are mentioning special expense items of Steinzeug-Keramo due to non-scheduled maintenance. Mr. Scheuch, I think, mentioned the closure of a site in the Netherlands. So what were those one-off costs of Steinzeug-Keramo? And what is the operating EBIT of Steinzeug-Keramo? It must have gone down because of these one-off effects, one-off expenses. Santoft is my next topic. We find an impact under financial liabilities on page 55. Our Sandtoft participation has been increased from 73 to 94% through the exercise of a put option. 8.1 million euros were paid for that, and in your annual report you are saying that Wienerberger intends to exercise the remaining option in 2014. Now, my question is, why 2014? Would the put option expire in 2015? Now we've gone beyond the 75% participation limit in Sandtoft. You seem to be optimistic as far as the UK is concerned, and you're writing about a growing market on page 100. So what was the development of Sandtoft in 2013? How much growth do you expect in 2014? In your presentation and also in the annual report, you are referring to the sale of non-core assets, non-core real estate. In 2013, real estate with a book value of 10.2 million was sold. Mr. van Riet explained the composition of the amount, which I hadn't understood before. I think you have to consider the 21 million depreciation on in the annual report, and then you finally arrive at the amount of 10.2 million. Now, you sold non-core assets, as you said, were those clay pits, old clay pits that are no longer used. Could you explain what exactly was sold? And on the 2nd of May this year, in Wirtschaftsblatt, we found a report telling us that an entrepreneur in Köflach bought land that had formerly been used by Wienerberger. Is that correct? And will the proceeds from the realization of non-core real estate include that, the sale of that land in Bernbach? So you might be above plan, above target, even if that land sale were included. Expenses for the auditor, for the other certification services increased from 48,000 to more than 100,000, which were those certification services by KPMG. So, which other services were rendered by KPMG, because that was a rather sizable item. There was a management letter by the auditor. What were the most important points raised in that management letter? Are the recommendations being implemented? My last but one question, directors and officers, insurance. Who is the insurer? Could you mention the insurance company where the D&O policy has been underwritten? Who was the broker who mediated the deal? Last year, I mentioned a new product, or rather a trend in Germany, to conclude separate policies for the managing board and for the supervisory board. You said last year you would examine that. So what is the result of this examination of this new possible insurance policy? ATMS in the meantime, have broken down their insurance coverage by managing board and supervisory board. Finally, a question on the balance sheet, receivables from trade receivables and loans to staff. Have loans been granted to staff or to others? Well, that was my last question. Thank you for these questions. I'd like to read out two questions now, which are related. A question by Mr. Orlich concerning item 5 on the agenda. Why is the number of supervisory board members increased to 7? Why? And a similar question from Mr. Jurasek, who also asked me to read out his question. Why is the number of supervisory board members increased from 6 to 7? Is that necessary? So, perhaps we could now have Mr. Staller's questions. And then we'll have a group of answers. Whatever you do afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair, I'm Mr. Staller, and I represent a company that is a shareholder of our company. Madam Chair, you did very well. You invited students, as far as I can see. They've all left. They were the first ones to go to the buffet, although they could have learned a lot. If you can't present results, you talk a lot. This is what the young people could have learned from you. Now, stop doing that. Stop opening the buffet. You should no longer open the buffet before the discussion starts. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, waiting what this future has in store for us. That was the headline of the annual report last year. Now, what can we expect this year? Our waiting position, I feel I'm in a waiting position. We are waiting. What are we waiting for? At the last AGM, I kept putting questions to our managing board on our key financials, on our strategy, on our goodwill, which is still far too high, 630.9 million euros. We should have written down that long ago. Products, etc. I've always been given nice answers. Promises were made by Mr. Van Riet. But when I read the annual report 2013, I found that it's very well made and highly informative. It's so informative that reading shortens your waiting time, or appears to shorten your waiting time. What are we waiting for? A better economic development, more new housing starts, and possibly a higher dividend. The stock price increased from 6.90 to 11.95. Everybody seems to be happy. So we're hopeful again, or we continue waiting. And the stock price dropped by 10%, by the way, during the past few days. You will be surprised, but I'm going to be very brief today. Again, equity was destroyed, 109.5 million euros minus. Ladies and gentlemen, to make one thing clear, this is your capital. Dividends, 13.8 million euros. We're paying that out of our own capital. You are paying your own dividend. We're not earning our dividend. Cash flow, may the cash flow be whatever it is. If you're very careful and read between the lines, you will have understood what Mr. Van Riet meant when he spoke about future dividend payments. All important, none of the important key financials were met. CFROI, which is EBITDA relative to average historical capital employed, that is, acquisition cost, was only 5.1%, not 5.2% as in 2012. When we look at the hurdle rate, that is the target of 11.5% that must be reached, we are way off target. When we look at absolute added value of all divisions, except for one, that is pavers, value is being destroyed. Do you want to know how much? 335.8 million euros minus. Or let's take a look at something that is important. Interest to be expected by those who provide the capital. ROCE, R-O-C-E, from 0.4 to 1.3%, weighted average cost of capital, but from 6.87 to 6.95. I'm not going to ask you about the risk premium, which is going to be high this year, but we know that we can no longer expect this weighted average cost of capital. It's going to much higher. We're not earning the costs of capital. We're not even earning the inflation. But don't worry, dear shareholders, there will always be someone who earns a lot of money. From 658 to more than 1 million euros, an increase by 277%. I congratulate the CEO, but I'm not indifferent. I can't be indifferent to that. Of course, the managing board waived the variable component generously in 2012 because there was a negative after-tax result. It's only just. In 2013, the result was negative again, and the term bonus is used in a perverse manner in this company. Of course, not all the amounts are paid out immediately. When we look at the CFROI, the partial payment may not happen altogether this year. You may have noticed that the chairwoman reported at great length on remuneration. We don't care about the model. We care about the targets. When you promise a managing board a bonus for opening their office doors themselves and for an additional bonusing for opening the window for some fresh air, well, that's one thing. I think the targets should be such that the managing board has to try really hard, work really hard. 3 questions to you as chairwoman of the supervisory board. Only 3 questions, not 40 like last year. Will the remuneration for the managing board go up again in 2014? How do you define the term bonus from an ethical point of view? Do you think it's ethical, that is appropriate, if the after-tax result is negative, and in view of the failure by all value management parameters, do you think it's justifiable and ethical to pay a bonus at all? We still have numerous U.S. value investors and you're paying a meager dividend, all these investors will get rid of the shares if no more dividend is being paid. Sometimes a dividend is very important, even a meager one. As regards the two candidates for the supervisory board, well, sometimes, Mr. Haselberger, I would prefer to buy the right company rather than have the right candidate for the supervisory board. Mr. Chourquin, I hope you will become a kind of Hercule Poirot of this business on the supervisory board and not fall prey to the CEO's charm. In recent years, we had intensive discussions about the number of women on the managing board and the supervisory board. When we had this discussion, we were told, well, next time round. And after the AGM, he told me in a personal conversation, well, I wasn't so serious about that. And I said, well, you said it to everybody. Next time you must present a woman for election to the supervisory board. And he said, well, on a fatherly tone, yes, okay, I'm going to find a woman. Well, there is a woman, chairwoman of the supervisory board. I'm not quite sure if she deserves our advance show of confidence. He did a lot for the company. He was a model for many of us, and he kept his promises, and that is more important than facts and figures and empty answers all over again. And this is why I'm not putting any more questions today. Thanks to you, Friedrich Kadranowska.
Dankeschön für die Fragen.
Thank you very much for your questions and comments. I think we have a first round of answers. Mr. Scheuch. I'd like to start by answering Mr. Knapp's questions. I'll try in chronological order. First question was about growth investments. Yes, you are right. The purchase of land is a growth investment. It's land in India, in Madras, in the south of India. This land can be used for a production site and as a clay pit. There are clay reserves there, and we are examining the possibility of further growth in India. Our Indian business is developing as expected, and this potential site is in a very interesting region. About 10 million people live there. And we hope to develop that site in the years to come. Second question concerned Ukraine. It's a distributor which we have in Ukraine. We are distributing products, clay blocks, from Hungary and Slovakia, mainly Hungary. No Austrians are working there. The distributor has purely local staff, and they're all doing very well, and they're safe. Operating performance of Steinzeug, you referred to the provision made for the planned closure of a plant in the south of the Netherlands. 4.7 million euros have been provisioned for that. A social plan has been elaborated for the staff. Some of the staff will be working at existing Steinzeug and Wienerberger sites, and the site in question will be closed in the course of the year. Perhaps Willi will say a few words about Sandtoft. The former owner of Sandtoft hold an option, and We take it that they will exercise the option in 2015. We have already consolidated Sandtoft, and we are revaluing Sandtoft every year. We hold a clear majority. We run the business at Sandtoft, and now that we have exceeded the 75% threshold, there are no changes. So it's practically 100%. And the UK market is going well. And we do see a potential for 2014 and following years. Disposal of non-core real estate. You mentioned that it's difficult to find in the annual report, but the 10 million are clear. They're clearly recognized. The land near Bernbach, unfortunately, it's not included in the 10 million. It's 75 hectares, half of which is on a slope, and the rest is a very old installation, so it's good for us to sell it. We have a great variety of plants from the past, land from the past, a large number of smaller projects. The single project price is not very high. These are locations, rather sizable ones, but not of great value. They include agricultural land and some industrial sites, and we're trying to sell that. We're selling the land as it is, and the buyer assumes all the costs of demolition, debris removal, etc. The Wienerberger bond and the corporate governance report. Mr. van Riet is referring to other services by KPMG that concerns the bond, and also other services are tax advisory services. As regards the management letter, in the past, we had been talking about provisions for guarantees. As regards Steinzeug, we got a comment from the auditor that certain parameters are not calculated in accordance with our system. Those were the main items raised in the management letter. And then last year's questions concerning D&O insurance, directors and officers. I hesitate to tell you there are several insurers. They all have a good reputation. I won't tell you the premium. We have a broker, not one of the big ones, a broker from Germany who specializes in this field. And separate sums insured, yes, there are many theories whether this is good or bad. We decided, we simply increased the coverage, the insurance cover. We've never had a single loss at Wienerberger. This is something you should bear in mind. We increased the cover from 75 to 100 million. So that gives us enough breathing space. And we have an insurance that also covers the costs of lawyers should a criminal case arise. Then you asked about 5 million other assets. You know we practice factoring, and you always need to deposit a certain amount, and that's most of that, most of those 5 million. I think we have now answered all Mr. Knapp's questions. I myself would like to briefly answer Mr. Jurasek's and Mr. Orlich's question about the increasing number of supervisory board members. It's an increase from 6 to 7. Currently, we have 5, but there were 6 elected capital representatives. The supervisory board in 2012 had 9 members, if I may recall that. Last year, Mr. Dumoulin and Mr. Reidel resigned from their positions. 2 gentlemen who contributed a great deal to the supervisory board because of their professional experience. According to our articles of association, our supervisory board can have between 3 and 10 members. I think it was made clear by the managing board that the Wienerberger group today is a much more diversified group covering far more fields of business, and we considered that in our discussions, and we felt that we should have additional industrial know-how also on our supervisory board, because the supervisory board, after all, has to deal with strategic issues, industrial issues, and needs to be well qualified to do that. As regards the costs, the search for candidates cost us less than 10,000 euros, and the current expenses for the supervisory board, well, I tried to give you all the details in my presentation. When we go from 6 to 7, depending on whether new supervisory board members work on committees, the total will go up by 50 to 60,000 euros. For us on the supervisory board, it will be a great pleasure to work with 2 new members, extremely knowledgeable members who have a lot of experience in their sectors. So I do hope that our proposal will meet with your approval. So much about the supervisory board members. I move on to the questions raised by Mr. Staller. Would the managing board like to respond to the comments made? There were no real questions, but comments. Well, a couple of questions were put to me. Will the remuneration for the managing board continue to go up in 2014? Well, in the presentation, I tried to outline how managing board remuneration has developed and how it's broken down. I think it's in the interest of all of us to achieve the best possible result in 2014. An increase in 2014, of course, is linked to an improvement of the result. And in the event of performance, over fulfillment of the target, the remuneration will go up. So it depends on how the business develops in the current year. Also, payout of financial entitlements from or claims from previous years will depend on that, particularly with the long-term incentive program. The stock price has a special leverage effect, and that came to bear last year, and I do hope that we will see a similar effect this year. You asked about the bonus from ethical points of view. In the contracts with the managing board members and in the long-term incentive program, we've defined targets. We have set out a clear structure that was revised by international experts, and we are convinced that this is subject to clear corporate governance. It is in accordance with international principles and the Austrian Corporate Governance Code, particularly the result-dependent parts, cash flow generation and development of results, are being reflected, so I consider it justifiable and ethically in order. I hope I've answered your questions, and I will move on to the next round of questions. Mr. Stockhandel, who would like to put his questions himself.
Ja, liebe Anwesende.
Ladies and gentlemen, hi there. The reading light is quite good. That's an advantage. But there's also, the lights in this room are good, but actually what we would need is a reading light. I have requested that repeatedly. So, the lighting system is excellent in the room. What is missing, though, is a reading lamp. I might be an 80-year-old professor trying to read my manuscript, so a reading light would be highly preferable. My first point, there's an audit committee. The question is, who of the members of the audit committee actually is a qualified accountant, knows how to, interpret and read a balance sheet? When you study economics, there's a lot of emphasis on theory. There are companies that, in theory, might, service your car, but you would like to go to a practitioner, an experienced practitioner. The representatives of the Works Council have strong backing by the trade union when it comes to reading the balance sheet. Mr. Leitner has written a book. But when it comes to the activities of the audit committee, well, even this book is not very valuable. You would need to have actual accountants sit in on the committee because they know all about it. So the question is, which of the members of the audit committee is an accountant? Maybe I should explain why I'm raising my questions. When you drive a car, you don't really notice how fast you're driving, but you will see the difference when you try to brake your car. Unless things change, you don't feel anything. But a question behind the question usually is important.
Sie betreiben Ziegeleien und
the sale of your products depends on a number of factors, and this can change every 3 months. So my question is addressed to Mr. van Riet. What working capital, plus minus, do you expect for the year 2014? So what is your assessment? Working capital on a given day is always a fixed sum. But what has the development been in recent years from your perspective? And what ups and downs do you expect for the financial year 2014? My next question. Incoming orders that are independent of the weather depend on the general assessment of people, whether they want to build or don't want to build. Now, you had the difficult years, 2007, 2008, 2009, and you have seen a decline in demand or confidence. People who are intending to build are becoming more confident or have become more confident again. If there's another crisis, we may have a similar situation as in 2007, 8, and 9. People revised their decision to build, after all. So the situation can be changed or reversed again. I would be interested in what the managing board expects in terms of delays in building activities if there's a new crisis. So will people postpone their building decisions? A comment referring to Mr. Kadernoska. Mr. Reithofer purchased a number of production sites. Then there was the crisis, 2007, 2008. And then all of a sudden there was no management board, and Mr. Kadernoska resorted to a trick. He simply told them, don't worry about remuneration. We will make sure that you will be able to reach the variable remuneration anyway, to reach at least, well, 100, to reach the 100%. So the waiver of the bonus payments, as in 2012, well, it's all very well, but the former chairman of the supervisory board well, resorted to this trick. And I almost come to an end. This is all. Thank you very much, Mr. Stockhandel. I have been asked to read a few more questions. One by Mr. Jürgen Weber, 924 is the number of his voting card. The questions read as follows. In the annual report, there's a lot of praise for diversification. First, do you want to examine whether you can produce refractory bricks in mothballed plants? Question number 2, the Assamer would like to have you buy more Assamer products. Are you going to examine whether Assamer products can be used in mothballed plants? And then a second group of topics. Congratulations on
Liefern das komplette Dach.
You're talking about the complete roof. A complete roof includes solar panels. Bramag is able to supply that. Are you interested in taking over Bramag? Question number 2. Do you know that photovoltaic panels have a 40% higher vibration? And do you know that computer-assisted channels can achieve or can help you achieve higher performance? And do you know that that work is going on photovoltaic ceramic tiles? I hope I read his questions correctly. And there's another topic. Mr. Joquin is chairman of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. And the questions: are you going to use his expertise regarding research and development? Are you thinking about developing a post-energy roof? Are you thinking of developing voltaic channels? Material science optimized panels? Question mark.
Bitte?
Sorry, no microphone.
Wirklich den Zettel bekomme, weil ich diese Fragen jetzt...
Well, could I get the original piece of paper? Because I've been, reading the questions as they appeared on my screen. We can come back to your questions. I actually had a second question on another piece of paper. The insurance, is there a deductible, and is that a sort of graduating system? Thank you for your question. And there's one more request for the floor, so maybe I could read that as well. Well, actually, it's Mr. Bertolt Berger, voting card 1157. He wants to read or present his questions himself. Members of the board, shareholders, your presentation took 2 hours and 20 minutes. This was quite something. I was wondering, why did I bother to read the annual report? If I listen to a more than 2 hour long presentation, this is quite unique. It's not bad. Probably most of the shareholders don't read the annual report anyway. But it was a novelty, I would say. If you do that, of course, you improve shareholders' knowledge. But actually, the annual report is very good. I learned a few more things about production processes. Again, so this doesn't leave too many questions. United States. Thank you very much for actually referring to Dr. Kadernoska in your annual report. He really deserves that. Without Friedrich Kadernoska, I don't think we would have managed the crisis that well. He had very good relations with banks, of course. So I'd like to endorse Mr. Staller's statement. But I didn't know that Mr. Windisch would resign. Mr. Windisch made very valuable contributions. Business in the United States was not good at all. And he actually managed to optimize energy consumption in the plants. This actually was thanks to his activities. Wienerberger now closed down 25 plants. Can you manage without an additional manager? Mr. Windisch, after all, was responsible for all these plants. Now Mr. Scheuch is responsible for all that. There are still a number of plants, a number of new plants, with Pipelife in particular. So I think that Wienerberger should set up a distribution system in markets that are growing again. In the United States, for instance, Wienerberger is not represented on the West Coast. The high flyers are all present in California. And there's a lot of money going into housing construction in California because people earn a lot of money there. And Wienerberger is not represented. Of course, you can think about transporting, from east to the west coast. It would be feasible, probably, at the beginning. You mentioned an Australian competitor in Georgia. Now, there's one thing I would like to say. I've held Wienerberger shares for many, many years, and there have been situations where there was fierce price competition. In Germany, for instance, years ago. You said that, there is serious competition from this Australian company. In Germany, this price fight actually lasted for 3 years. What do you expect for the United States? When I talked to Mr. Windisch about gas prices, he said we still use coal. Is this true? It may be true in the United States. Mr. Windisch said, well, coal in the United States is cheap. So I would like to know whether the coal price is still so low. First Alpine is buying coal from the United States, by the way. Because coal is cheap. Mr. Windisch said that the price is low because they have very innovative mining methods. Now, I must say that mining in the United States is quite something. Of course, coal prices can be lower. What about the use of coal outside of the United States? Is this also cheaper? Actually, you didn't mention that you had been able to gain experience over the years there. I was actually surprised that you don't have a single clay block plant in the United States. Now you said you are planning to build such a plant. So what do you have in mind when it comes to offering top quality or higher priced products in the United States? Actually, you only offer about half of your product range there. Wienerberger has the know-how, but, I mean, you don't use it on the market. So I would really like to hear from you why people with high incomes on the West Coast are not among your target groups. Project capital, 32.5 million euros every year. This is something you don't even earn, Mr. Dumoulin. This is a huge problem.
Sie haben ein super Eigenkapital, eben nur mit die 500 Millionen Euro.
Well, we're talking about 500 million euros. It's not your capital, Mr. van Riet. When I pay 6.5% interest rates, and on the market I get money much cheaper. This has been going on for 10 years. Do you have a plan for when these 10 years are over? You actually don't earn the 6.5%. You're losing capital, you're losing substance. This is the problem. So I think we should consider what we want to do once the 10 years are over. This is something that I would like to note here. Another point. Hungary, the development there is a disaster. You have plants there. There was a 22% decline and 15% decline in the first quarter. So, what are you going to do about Hungary? Will you try to, well, sort of manage the crisis, or will you close down plants? How many plants have already been shut down in Hungary? And what further plans do you have for Hungary? So for the time being, these are all my questions. Thank you very much. Now let's have another round of answers and see if there are additional questions. Who would like to take the floor? Mr. Scheuch.
Yes, I'll try and answer some of the questions. Mr. Weber, thank you for your suggestions, but let me say the following. Of course, we examine or look at all possible innovations in the construction sector as far as clay blocks, roof tiles, facing bricks, and also pipes are concerned. Producing refractory bricks in our mothballed plants will not be possible because the plants are just not designed for that. The technology is an entirely different. The raw material is not there. So this is something we have to exclude. Your second suggestion referred to Asama, the company in trouble in Upper Austria. It's a company that is working in the field of gravel and concrete and grit. I don't really see any interesting possibilities. They may have know-how, that's true, but nothing that we could use in our own production processes. And then you asked about photovoltaics and solar systems for the roof. Bramag, and we held a participation in Bramag for many years, now belongs to Monnier, an international private equity vehicle, a company working in the field of concrete roof tiles. And there are rumors that this company is either going public or to be sold. I will not comment on these rumors, but we exited from Bramag because we felt that clay roof tiles have a greater potential. Products which are also being sold under the Tondach brand. We can see a strong growth potential there, particularly in the renovation market. So we don't tend to get involved in concrete roof tiles. Photovoltaics is a highly complicated subject matter. Millions of euros were invested in the technology in Europe. Numerous companies have withdrawn. A big competitor of ours, Saint-Gobain, the French company, had a great photovoltaics and solar strategy. Today, you don't find a trace of that in their annual report because there have been changes in investment cycles and product cycles, particularly Asian suppliers. Chinese suppliers have been gaining momentum. All I can tell you on the basis of our own experience is that we are offering so-called combined solutions. We cooperate with suppliers of photovoltaic systems and we sell such products to roof setters. But as far as production is concerned, we tend to be rather reserved because we think a lot is going to happen in these fields. We watch the situation, and as regards your question concerning Mr. Jourdain, who certainly has a great deal of experience in material science. That is important for our pipe business, but also for other areas, and we will certainly make good use of his network, his contacts, and benefit from his input. This is what the chair mentioned earlier. You need people on the supervisory board to discuss future developments and future strategies. So he is a valuable addition to our supervisory board, I'm sure. Thank you. Now I've got your question form, and I will read out the part that was missing earlier. You're saying there that co-opting Mr. Jourdain on the supervisory board is highly welcome. He is chairman of the board of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. That was the part of your statement that was missing. And speaking on behalf of the supervisory board, I can tell you that we certainly appreciate the excellent capabilities of our supervisory board members, including the two new ones. A question was put by Mr. Stockhandel Regarding the Audit Committee, Mr. Nograsek is an expert in accounting, and this is why he has served as chairman of the Audit Committee for many years. Mr. Rasinger is also on the Audit Committee, and both Mr. Rasinger and Mr. Nograsek are graduates in economics. Mr. Stockhandel put a question about working capital. Well, our working capital tends to build up on a seasonal basis. Build-up starts in December and continues until June, and then working capital declines again. It's a seasonal variation. The capacity of our plants is just not enough to meet demand, so we have to build up during the low season. As regards our order book, it varies from market to market. We can see that consumer confidence is growing again, but only in those countries where unemployment shows a downward trend. It's always difficult to conclude from the past what future developments will be like. I may add a point there. We have to distinguish between the potential of the markets. Strategically, we are positioned in markets with population growth and a demand for new housing. That was an important factor in our restructuring plan. And even in markets where we've mothballed capacities, we expect growth. And this is why we mothballed and didn't close down. For the brick sector, visibility is very, very low, 3 to 4 weeks in Central and Eastern Europe. And in Western Europe, it's about 3 months. And I think that answers your question about where we currently stand in the cycle. In the British market, we see a certain degree of recovery. As regards new housing starts, in 2007, England had 200,000 new housing starts per year. That went down to 100,000 in the crisis year of 2009 and 10. This year, we will be at about 160 new housing starts. So we are in a market that is showing a favorable development, but we are still below the level of before the crisis. Mr. Berger, at Wienerberger, in recent years, we have pursued active succession management. Mr. Windisch retired, not least for private reasons. He was available until last year for succession management in the clay block sector. He will also be available to us this year for specific technological questions. It's true, in the past, we used a lot of coal in the United States, but it wasn't coal in the normal sense of the word, but rather coal dust, which is being injected into the burners. Meanwhile, we have converted 2 sites to gas firing. It's true, coal is still cheaper in the United States than gas. And it's being subsidized by the state. Coal mining is subsidized. But for reasons of burner technology and also for environmental reasons, we have converted to gas at some sites. gas has become cheaper through the shale gas boom, and we take it that gas will be the more cost-effective fuel in the future. As regards our presence in the United States, we entered the market in 1996 with an acquisition. As you know, General Shell was taken over then. The plants have been renewed. Old ones were closed. We have new plants. Almost all our plants are new in the United States. A lot of money was invested there. The capacity utilization last year was 52%. So we still have a lot of potential there. Distances in the United States are enormous. We are supplying products within a much larger radius than in Europe, but we just can't go beyond 500 or 600 kilometers. So we have to maintain our production network the way it is. I take it that this year capacity utilization will be around 60%. So we cover our markets quite well. Entering new markets in the United States would be difficult because in California there is absolutely no brick building tradition. There are no big suppliers. Brick is being used for decorative purposes. The classic brick building, which you would find in Georgia or North Carolina, is non-existent in California. There was a contribution from Mr. Berger which couldn't be heard. No matter if you go to San Francisco or to Los Angeles or to rural regions, you will find no brick buildings there. Even facing bricks are used far less frequently because you don't have much clay in California and transport distances are far too long. So in the United States, we have to focus on the strong markets. Mr. van Riet mentioned it. The strongest brick market in the United States is Texas. That's to do with Mexican influence. And there is also clay. There are clay reserves on site. Wienerberger is not represented there in California, and it wouldn't make sense for us to build new plants. We should rather increase our market penetration in the markets where we are represented. As regards roof tiles, Americans do not pay as much attention to roofs as we do. When we talk about roofs, we want them to last long, to look beautiful, and we also think about energy generation. In the United States, it's quite different. If you have a large mansion, be it in California or New Mexico or elsewhere, you have a mansion of several million euros. That costs several million euros, but the roof, the material that is used for the roof may be bituminous panels. They just don't pay much attention to the quality of the roofing material. So it wouldn't make sense to invest in this sector in Europe. Sorry, again, a contribution from the floor without a microphone. You simply have to bear in mind what people want, and roofing is not an issue in the United States. Same for clay blocks. Wood frame houses prevail in the United States. building developers have their own suppliers and manufacturers. They provide the roof, the wooden frame, and then they use facing bricks for decorative purposes. So we're making a start by offering a specific type of brick. We'll see how it goes. In England, it took us 3 years to familiarize a market with clay blocks. So it's a long way we will have to go. It's not as easy as that. You have to invest in technology, but it's really not a question of capital expenditure. It's whether or not people are going to accept a product. That's the biggest challenge in the United States. Mr. Berger, you put a question concerning the hybrid. The hybrid coupon can be deducted from our interest expenses, and it helps us with our equity structure and our bank covenants. If we were to convert it into a normal bond, it would count 100% as debt. So it counts 50% as equity. So we'll wait until 2017 and we'll see how things develop with an open eye towards optimization. Your last question, Mr. Berger, concerned Hungary. You're right in saying that a new housing construction declined by more than 85% during the crisis. In the good old days in Hungary, we had 10 sites. Now we have 3 plants operational in Hungary. So we have made the necessary adjustments in terms of our plant structure. We still have 2 roof tile plants from the Tondach group. We have a Pipelife site and 2 Semmelrock sites. So we are strong in the building materials market in Hungary. We have a strong presence there. And we expect a recovery in Hungary on a medium-term basis. The level is so low, and I think the government will have to take initiatives to stimulate housing construction. Well, we've answered the questions. I'd like to tell Mr. Stockhandel that we will bear his comment about a reading lamp in mind. We've received one more question from Mr. Sturm. He asked me to read out his question. Why isn't Wienerberger represented on the Iberian Peninsula? Do you intend to develop a presence there? And another question from Mr. Weber, who wants me to read out his question. I welcome the fact that Mr. Haselberger is a candidate for the supervisory board. He managed an increase in revenues from 3 to 500 million in his business. Are you intending to use his expertise to reactivate mothballed plants? A second point concerns refractory bricks. And a third point concerns the possibility of entering the Asama product sector. Gustav Siegel, speaking on behalf of Peter Tajasz, wants to put a question himself. It concerns our European markets. Madam, gentlemen, I've followed the presentation with great interest, and I have a number of follow-up questions. It was an excellent presentation, I would say. But you showed us Europe, and I was a bit surprised to see on your European map something like the Greater Serbian Empire. It hasn't existed for 10 or 15 years. I was a bit surprised, and I don't know why, because there are 3 sovereign states, Serbia, Montenegro, and Kosovo. And on your map, it was all Serbia. So what is the situation in Serbia? Do you distribute products from Serbia to Kosovo, from Serbia to Montenegro? How big is the market share? Is the Balkan market at all of interest for you? What's the situation like there? Thank you. One more question. Mr. Almeida. Thank you. I noticed during the presentation that in the first quarter, net debt was increased from 539 to 733 million. Jacking pipes is something that I find particularly interesting. In what type of soil can jacking pipes be used? Perhaps this could be presented next year. Energy costs are down by 4.9%. What does that mean in terms of energy consumption? Has energy consumption gone down or has it increased? On page 158, I found figures about emission. I missed concrete figures about emission certificates. How many free certificates has Wienerberger been awarded, and how many of them did we use up through our emissions? 6 million were spent on environmental protection measures. What was done, and what is going to happen in the years to come? Do these measures refer to energy efficiencies or rather to chemicals and waste? As regards the buffet, I think it's a shame that so many people left the room at 12 o'clock. I'd really like to know how many people were present at 5 to 12, how many at 15 past 12, and how many were present now. At OMV yesterday, the buffet was closed before or eaten up rather, before the AGM ended. So perhaps you shouldn't open the buffet before the AGM is over next year.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. Mr. Farcher wants to put his questions himself. Good afternoon. As regards the remuneration, attendance fee per day, double the average wage earned by a worker. And it's 10 times as much as I have seen with other companies, listed companies in Austria. Now, if that is because of travel expenses, you should perhaps consider the possibility of reimbursing travel expenses separately. So do you intend to change that? Page 37, how many plants have been mothballed? What are the costs per year of mothballed plants? You said that you're expecting growth in some areas. What is your target for the reactivation of mothballed plants, and when do you think that's going to happen? Page 44, production in Norway. A question about the quality of pipes. CEO Strutzel at the AGM of RHI said that the working morale of workers in Norway is not excellent. How would you assess that? There are a few more questions. Mr. Vorhauer asked me to read out his questions. They refer to closed plants. How many clay block plants were closed? 75 old plants altogether. How many of them are clay block plants? In which countries? What's the age of these plants? What are the total average costs of one plant closure or of one plant mothballs? What's the head count on average of these closed plants? How many engineers and executives among them? And are the brick plants closed in winter? We may have created the impression that we are making political statements in our presentation. This is certainly not the case. We don't claim to be well versed in issues political. That was only a general statement. We said that this is not a growth area. We are represented in Slovenia. Well, to mention the countries of the former Yugoslavia, we are represented in Slovenia, in Croatia, through Tondach. We are represented in Serbia and in Macedonia through a Tondach plant. We supply products to Kosovo, to Montenegro, and to Albania from these plants. In my experience, there is no problem. It's no problem selling a Serbian roof tile in Kosovo or Albania. The region is important for us. Of course, the economy is suffering because of the general situation. Croatia is suffering, Slovenia as well. We know about the problems there in recent years. But Wienerberger holds a strong market position. We're not losing money in these regions, and we're going to cope with the crisis, and we will come out stronger at the end than we were before the crisis. So much about Serbia. As regards Asama and a possible investment there, and also as far as the new Central Railway Station and building construction in Vienna are concerned, it will be up to us to convince the city of Vienna that brick is an interesting building material. We've developed a thinner brick, particularly for urban housing construction, again filled with mineral wool, and that can be a serious competitor. So Wienerberger is focusing on achieving a higher degree of market penetration also in urban areas. As you've seen, we've succeeded in France with multi-story buildings, and we hope to do the same in Austria and Vienna. We don't want to diversify into concrete. Of course, we will use Mr. Haselberger's personal experience and know-how, as we will use Mr. Jourdain's know-how. As Mrs. Prehofer said, it's always good to have people on the supervisory board that have a stimulating effect and that can help move Wienerberger forward. And I'm convinced that Mr. Haselberger is going to do so in the future. Sorry, again, a question from the floor without a microphone. Well, as you could see, we have a strong second industrial leg to stand on, and we're going to continue along these lines. And clay blocks are gaining market shares. You may take a critical approach, but we do have a future there. In the German-speaking region, we will be able to win market shares. A question was put about jacking pipes. Well, I couldn't bring one in. It's too big. But the technology is relatively simple. As in tunneling, a mechanical tunnel boring equipment is used, which automatically removes the spoils and pushes in the pipe. The largest distance ever was more than 1 kilometer in Singapore. Of course, you can't use it in hard rock, but in soft ground it can be used. Practically in all urban areas, jacking pipes can be used. For energy costs, I hand over to Willi. Energy costs have gone down. It's probably due to measures which we have taken in the past. Production was lower in 2013 because of the difficult situation. This is why energy costs went down, generally speaking, but also energy costs per unit produced. We produce during the first and second quarters of the year. We're building up stock, and then we're using up the stock during the second half of the year. Emission certificates. We do have carbon leakage status. We have enough certificates, and we're going to hold them for the future. Environmental protection measures. Well, it always takes 2 to 3 years before you know for sure if emission certificates have been assigned When it comes to environmental protection measures, we need chemical products to clean our smokestacks, and that costs a lot of money. And how many people were in the room? 5 to 12 and 15 past 12? I'm afraid I can't tell you. We'll find out. But I can reassure you, there will still be enough left for all those still in the room. We'll make sure. Mr. Facher's questions? Quality of pipes in Norway. I fully respect all our Norwegian workers. We have a large operation, a pipeline operation, and they manufacture high-quality products, and the working morale is excellent. So I don't share a statement made by somebody else, and I wouldn't want to comment on that. Another question by Mr. Facher. Attendance fees of 5,000 euros per day, per session day. The remuneration scheme for the supervisory board was approved by the supervisory board at the AGM in 2011. And at that time, the idea was not to have too high a fixed amount, but to vary the amounts depending on how many committees supervisory board members serve on. I see your comparison with the average worker's salary, but when you look at the size and the magnitude of the company, I think the amounts are appropriate. A question by Mr. Vollauer. Questions referred to the closure of plants. Over the past years, we did indeed close 70 plants. More than 80% were clay block plants, brick plants, either clay blocks or facing bricks or roof tiles. In Central and Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and the United States. So we closed plants in all our regions. We have mothballed sites with no major costs, no significant costs. There are 2 or 3 people there for safety reasons or security reasons, and they also do some maintenance work. And of course, insurance and local rates and charges. So it's a couple of hundreds of thousands of euros. Do we close plants in winter? Yes, we do so, particularly in difficult market situations. In that case, it's a seasonal business. We close down in winter and we restart in March under difficult market conditions. Market permitting, we would run the plant all the year round. As regards the management levels and engineering in all Wienerberger plants, be it in pipes, pavers, or clay products, we have engineers in management positions, both men and women. We have female engineers in Germany, in Romania. Our heads of engineering are women, and we have women in many engineering positions. So at executive level, there are always engineers among the management. I think that was all. Now, to make use of the time, I'll continue with our questions. One question has remained open. The Iberian Peninsula and our presence or non-presence there. We've withdrawn from Spain and Portugal for many reasons. We saw the building boom in this market. Fortunately, we didn't invest there. It's a highly fragmented market, many small and medium-sized businesses, and in bricks in particular, the business practice there is in a gray zone, if I may say so. And Wienerberger certainly will not develop a presence there, Spain and Portugal.
A question to Mr. van Riet. Do you have the information on the closed down plants? 75 were closed down. 60 actually have been closed down and 15 are mothballed. The mothballed plants are being maintained and can be reopened fairly quickly. Of course, this will require some investments because some of these plants have been mothballed for a number of years. But reconstructing these mothballed plants, that would mean excessive costs. We're talking about furnaces and dryers in particular. Usually these are concrete plants, and it would actually require a complete new invention to rebuild a plant. So we maintain these mothballed plants. Then there was the question about the number of staff in a mothballed plant. Well, I would say a handful of people responsible for maintenance work, 3 to 5 people. We have 391 institutional participants. At 10 o'clock, there were 559 people in the room and 483 at 1 o'clock, and the maximum number was 642. So this gives you an idea of how attendance sort of changed in the course of the day. There's still a question from Mr. Berger. Price fights in the United States. We're not talking about a price competition, a price fight. The company we're talking about is Boral. They were represented on the German market years ago. They have a more aggressive price policy, or they had a more aggressive price policy there. It's not really a price fight. It's different from, what happened in Germany.
Damals ja, Sie haben richtig. Ja, ja, das ist sehr absolut sehr gut. Das ist
Yeah, you're talking about the situation in northern Germany years ago. In Germany, actually, it was an attempt of crowding out a competitor. But in the United States, we're talking about a regional structure, so I wouldn't say there's a price war in the United States, and it's not going to be a long-term thing. We continue with additional questions. Mrs. Elisabeth Gruber, has submitted the following questions. The first question is addressed to me. How can you manage your job as the chairperson of the supervisory board if you have a second job? Another question, Mr. Hasselberger holds other or additional mandates in supervisory boards. This also holds true for Mr. Jacquin. How much or how little time is necessary for such an important task? After all, Wienerberger is a big company and the work should benefit shareholders. Then there's Mr. Stein, who would like to present his questions. Mr. Stein.
Schönen guten Tag an den
Good afternoon, members of the Managing Board, Supervisory Board, and co-shareholders. First of all, I would like to express my sympathy on the passing away of Mr. Kadranoska, former head of the chap of the Supervisory Board. We've heard about his commitment and valuable contributions. Next, I'm looking at page 68 of the annual report. The new chair of the Supervisory Board does not hold a single share of this company. Does this mean she has no confidence in the company? Point number 2. You have invited a number of students. Some of them are having private conversations, which is very irritating. And also, they left the room at 12 to go and eat. I mean, why did they come here in the first place? Thank you very much. Mr. Alfred Koll also has a question relating to the time needed by the members of the Supervisory Board for their functions.
Und zum Thema
Cost saving is a big issue for the company. When it comes to the remuneration of the members of the Supervisory Board, the question is how many hours do they actually devote to their job if they are members of one or two supervisory boards. You mentioned that the AGM decided on the remuneration of the Supervisory Board. This is true, but the proposals come from the shareholders. And the remuneration of the Supervisory Board at a time when people are remissed, well, should perhaps be reconsidered. And for next year, the remuneration, the attendance fees, and travel expenses perhaps should be reconsidered. The question is, how many hours do you have to work in order to get 75,000 euros from one company? How many hours do you have to spend there? If you tell me it's 200 hours, and if I multiply that with the number of positions that you hold in different supervisory boards, the question is how much time is left for your regular job. If I hear it's 50 hours, well, I just doubt that the fee is justified. The insurance premium, Mr. van Riet, you said, there was competition and you didn't want to quote any figures. I don't know, what interest we could have in competitors. We all have our insurance. Another thing would be if a competitor says Wienerberger pays so and so much, and we don't want to pay more than that. So please, would you answer the question raised by Dr. Knapp?
Zum Herrn Staller. Ich habe es interessant gefunden. Und
Dr. Staller's questions. I also found that there was a loss of 100 million of equity. And I took note of what Mr. Staller said. And I've been following his arguments in past AGMs. And my impression today was that the board didn't want to actually enter into a dialogue with Mr. Staller. Mr. Staller was quite honest in putting his questions or comments. And I would be interested in having a statement from the board. I'd like to point out that we also have representatives of the press in this room.
könnte. Und ich habe die
And refusing a dialogue might have a negative impact. At least my impression was that the dividend, the paying out of the dividend, deserves a big question mark. I can't really say anything about market response, but all I know is that there are opinion research institutes that say that the increase will be 1.6 or 1.8%, and then in the final report we read 0.3%. So we have a difference already. How are you going to make up for that, considering the fact that the political situation is full of tensions? It seems nobody wants to enter into a dialogue with the other side. Rather, people tend to be adamant in defending their own positions. So my question is, what is the intention behind that? If I find, someone investing here, another one in another area, we then need to consider the national debt. We complain about that. It may take 20 years before we find a solution, or the company may no longer exist. So what if something serious happens in Eastern Europe, apart from the Ukraine? How high is the risk? What do you think is realistic? How realistic is it to expect a breakdown of the market? We've seen that Germany, for instance, exports aren't that important anymore. Let me just remind you when, Greece faced the crisis. Well, we heard comments such as, it's only 2%. But let's face it, the results were quite serious. And then, well, of course, people were saying, Russia, that doesn't amount to a great deal. But now people are warning about the effects that this might have. Mothballing. You mentioned a figure of several 100,000 euros. Could you be a bit more precise? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900,000 multiplied by 15 makes quite a difference if it's 2 times 15 or 7 times 15. Students, presence of students. Well, we tend to tell young people, attend AGMs. This is an opportunity for you to learn. How much time does a professor have? Sorry. Okay. He has to make sure that students, attend their classes. So I would say we shouldn't be too harsh in commenting on, their storming the buffet at noon. I would now like to address Mr. Scheuch, and I would like to thank you for answering questions, trying to answer them fully. You've actually set an example, and I think you could serve as an example for other people. Unit labor costs. This is a topic which I think we should actually look at. We're talking about a 13th and 14th salary per year, sick leave, holiday payments. Additional benefits. I think this is something that we should talk about rather than just, speak about unit labor costs. People, watching these discussions on TV very often don't really see that it's something that affects them personally. It's about their income. There's another point. We are confronted with more or less stable earnings. Now, what would be preferable for Wienerberger? Pay 6 weeks of vacation and deducting the pay? Or is it better to have a 35-hour week? People working less. I think this would be a step towards more fairness, security of jobs, and job satisfaction. And it would also decrease the burden on the state. We all know that the pie is getting smaller, and the smaller pie is being distributed over more and more people. This simply doesn't work. So this is a discussion, I think, that we should have. So maybe you could develop this further.
Wir haben das Thema auf jeden Fall notiert.
Yes, we've taken note of your suggestion. It's not a topic that would be specific of Wienerberger. Yes, but it is one that concerns Wienerberger. So maybe you could take up this discussion. We should have interesting discussions that should also be, covered by the media. Thank you very much, and sorry for being so long. Gerhard Neuzil also has a question, and he wants to present it himself. But it seems he's not in the room at the moment, so we can come back to that later. So let's have the answers to the questions that have been raised so far. Mr. Berger, don't worry, we will be answering all the questions. So let's have another round of answers. Mr. Scheuch? Here we have Mr. Neuzil. A very brief comment. Mr. Staller voiced a lot of criticism, but you don't have to buy Wienerberger shares. It's your own decision. You know, if you're so dissatisfied with a company, don't buy its shares. That's it. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Dann kommen wir zu dieser Beantwortungsrunde.
All right, let's have the answers. Mr. Scheuch, would you like to start? Well, there were quite a number of questions, and I will try to answer some of them. You mentioned the risk in the East. Of course, we know how to manage certain risks. We include risk assessment in our evaluations, and we have regular discussions with our managers on the spot. But horror scenarios like another world war, these are things which we simply cannot include in our plans. This is very difficult. I was one of the first people in Austria who sounded a word of warning, saying that the crisis in Ukraine might have serious political and economic consequences. We were one of the first to sound a word of warning. And we made a clear statement, even though we aren't active there. Of course, we need to make sure that our gas supplies are secured. We discuss markets such as Poland, Czech Republic, Russia, neighboring countries regularly in order to be prepared. But I don't see a disaster scenario, and anyway, one cannot really prepare for that. I hope we have made it clear that we keep a close eye on economic developments in Europe and outside. We certainly are not euphoric. We know that Wienerberger is responsible to look at these issues. Regarding the costs of mothballed plants, I would say we are on the safe side. It's clearly below 500,000 per site, no more than 500,000. I would say the average figure is between 200,000 and 300,000 per site. So, considering market developments, potential market developments in these regions, I think this is quite acceptable. Without getting involved in the discussion about students, I think we all agree that we want young people to be interested. If their behavior was not what was to be expected, my apologies, but I think we should give people, or the young people, an opportunity to attend. We don't really know how much time they have, if they have another class starting early in the afternoon, but I think it is a good thing to give them an opportunity to learn, as we did when we were young. Thank you very much. I would like to endorse what Mr. Scheuch said. So I appeal to you to show some understanding, but I do agree that internal discussions
Fragen eingehen.
Are very irritating and disturbing. There are 2 points that I should refer to. The question raised by Mr. Stein, why don't I have any Wienerberger shares? Does this mean that I don't have confidence in the company? I do have confidence in the company. I don't hold any shares in companies where there might be a conflict of interests. And this is due to my history in the banking sector. But now that I'm no longer working in the banking industry, well, I might change my opinion. Thank you very much for expressing your sympathy for Mr. Kadranovska, expressing your condolences. Mrs. Gruber's question referred to the compatibility between my function as the chair of the supervisory board and my main job. I have a contract with the University of Economics, allowing me to use part of my time for other activities. It's not really a part-time contract, but it is a contract that gives me permission to use part of my time for other obligations. I don't know whether Mr. Haselberger or Mr. Jurquin would like to add anything, but I would assume that everyone who has a function on a supervisory board does ask him or herself whether he or she will have the time necessary for this function. I'd like to hand over to Mr. van Riet to answer some of the other questions. When I talked about the insurers, I was thinking about brokers and not about Wienerberger. So the premium is between 750 and 2.5 million per year. So I think this should give you an idea. You talked about loss of capital, 100 million, 46 million, dividends and hybrid coupon, 7 million, earnings, and a total of 50 million because of FX exchange losses with Eastern European currencies and due to the strength of the euro. So this explains the 100 million. Let me stress that I am not warning of a decrease of the dividend. I wanted to say that we should pay out the dividend that we can afford. You know, we've been through this crisis, and the dividends paid out for 1 or 2 years actually was too high. That was a problem for the company. But the managing board definitely is in favor of a reasonable dividend policy. Regarding the general comments on taxation or special types of taxes, reducing unit labor costs, I agree with you. It's a topic which does not only concern Austria, but I'm convinced that we need a strong commitment towards the manufacturing industry, and we should take this seriously. And this does not only apply to Austria or Germany, it applies to all European countries. So we should invest in Europe. What concerns me is that many companies no longer invest in the European Union, and research and development is taking place outside of Europe. The decision makers in Austria and in all the EU countries should consider this issue. When it comes to energy supply, well, we clearly see that we need to find new ways and approaches in view of the crisis and the problems with Russia. Wienerberger will always try to make a valuable contribution to the discussion, but we certainly don't want to be polemic. This is not part of our business. There was a question regarding the time members of the Supervisory Board devote to their tasks? Well, you have to look at the number of meetings and the attendance. Let me repeat, last year we had 7 Supervisory Board meetings, 5 meetings of the Audit Committee, 3 meetings of the Personnel and Nomination Committee, and 4 meetings of the Strategy Committee, plus, of course, preparatory work, bilateral meetings that are not included here. We communicate with one another on a regular basis. You might call that a sort of jour fixe. So there's a lot of work going into preparing a meeting. The actual time individual members spend on preparing for Supervisory Board meetings or committee meetings, well, I think this is highly individual. I couldn't give you an average number of hours. It will also depend on the number of committees that someone is involved in. And when we suggested the remuneration for the Supervisory Board, which was accepted, we tried to consider the workload and the contributions to committee meetings and Supervisory Board meetings. I hope this answer is satisfactory. Let me just check whether Mr. Kohl's questions have all been answered. I think so. So are there any more questions? Mr. Berger, I think you have asked for the floor once again. So please proceed to the microphone.
2 questions have not been answered. So 25 plants were closed down, and my question was, out of those 25 plants, has the land already been sold? That would be interesting to know. And another question which I put earlier, what's the price of a ton of coal, or rather coal dust in your case? And if it's subsidized, it's certainly a good thing. But of course, it's only subsidized in the United States. So you can produce at a much lower cost if you get subsidized coal. And then it doesn't even matter if you're not working to capacity. In another plant, in a different plant, in a normal plant, which degree of capacity is required to cover costs? In Europe, I would say you would have to work at 70% of capacity to cover your costs. In the United States, it's different with the low energy price. How many people do you employ in the United States? What's your headcount in the United States? I suppose you can give us this information. It's in the annual report, says Mr. Scheicht. Well, I must have overlooked that. So you can always tell us. I'm sure it's interesting for everybody. When you were searching for new candidates for the Supervisory Board, did you use the services of a headhunter? And did you have a selection procedure? Were any women shortlisted, or did any women put in their candidacies at all? I'm afraid not. Well, I've used products of the two new supervisory board members, the plaster from Mr. Haselsteiner and a chemical from Solvay. A question which I almost forgot. The representative of small shareholders had 92 proxies, he told us. What was his remuneration for that? I know of another listed company where the attendance fee is 120 euros. So there I even suggested that it should be increased. And the fixed remuneration was increased from 11,000 to 15,000. And 120 is really not enough. But 5,000 seems exaggerated. Why not cut it by half to 2,500? Because I know of hardly any company where attendance fees are so high. Mr. Neudecker has asked for the floor. He asks me to read out his question. First, a question to Mr. Steiler. In the buffered room, there are TV screens. So if the students didn't leave the room to attend lectures, they may have been in the buffered room and they had a chance there to listen to your wise words. And a second question concerning Solvay. A special dividend was mentioned there. Was that ever paid out? Mr. Kestenbauer wants to put his question from the rostrum. Health and safety, occupational health and safety, is that an important component of the Wienerberger corporate culture? Does Wienerberger have a safety management system regarding health and safety at the workplace? Are there any figures on that, comparisons between different plant sites? And if so, could we have these figures at the next AGM? Thank you. Mr. Rieder wants me to read out his question, but I haven't received his question yet. Apart from that, I have one more request from the floor by Mr. Steiler, who wants me to read out the question, but I don't have the question. It surprised me. Well, you overlooked my request for the floor, and you kept me waiting till the very end. Now, the young people you're all worried about have left, but they can learn one thing from you. The chairwoman of the supervisory board of a very old and well-reputed company does not hold a single share of the company whose supervisory board she chairs over. And by way of explanation, she said, well, she had been working for banks for years. That's the problem we have. People like you don't hold shares. They don't know what it means to work with other people's money. You are in your position because we are paying for that, and we want to make sure that you manage our money well. I don't know if you're doing that. I will pass judgment on you next year. I didn't put questions because I'm so fed up with the answers I'm getting from you. They're the same year after year. If a question can be put at all, if, as Wittgenstein said, it can be answered, but you're not answering questions here. You ask me to wait, to take a waiting position. This is what you say in your annual report. But now my question. As I said, I want to get answers to the questions I put, but I don't like to get answers to questions I haven't even put. My question was an entirely different one, and many of you know that I'm allergic to empty words. And if I hear nothing but empty words, it drives me mad. I don't want to hear anything about corporate governance, but I'm asking you, as a member of the Austrian Corporate Governance Commission, can you show me a sentence in the Austrian Corporate Governance Code saying that a bonus has to be paid out if all results are negative, if all the key financials are negative? I also ask you if you consider it ethically justifiable if a company generates a negative after-tax results, if all the parameters are negative. Do you think it's justifiable at all to pay a bonus? And if you don't have the courage to say either yes or no, I tell you what the answer is. It's immoral to pay out 1.8 million, even if it goes to Mr. Scheuch, who I appreciate very highly. He should be well paid if he performs well. But let me tell you, and I think Mr. Kohl, meanwhile, has understood what I meant. You haven't shown any performance. You're destroying value. You're not meeting your own targets. You're not even able to keep equity at its level. You're losing. You're destroying equity. Well, I have the right to speak. Mr. van Riet, I hold you in high esteem, and I think you're looking after our cents or even euros well, but why don't you give us a plan, a concept? We as financial people have to think about the future. How do we want to repay the hybrid bond? We would have to provision hundreds of millions for that. We will never be able to earn that money. Mr. Berger, I don't like to contradict you, but I do so today, exceptionally. Under these conditions, we would not get a hybrid bond at 6.5%, as Mr. van Riet knows. I can see him nodding. You're more cautious today than you were in recent years, and I like that from a CFO, because I don't like others. I remember a CFO who is at the origin of much of the trouble we're now faced with. That was a mistake. We made serious mistakes in the past, and this is why I respect Mr. Scheuch and Mr. van Riet, because I know how difficult it is to clean up clean up the mess of the past. It's a fact that we need plans. Can you tell us today what your plans are? I won't be silenced so easily. Should we really believe you, Mr. van Riet, that in 2 years you'll have a plan for the redeeming of the hybrid bond or a plan for funding it? We were proud of being independent of the banks in Austria. That was a good performance, a good achievement. And if a bonus is to be paid out with a negative result, it should go to Mr. van Riet. So we've become more independent of the banks than we were in the past. And you said today you intend to rely on bank lines more than in the past, not only to avoid the negative carry effect, but to issue fewer bonds. That worries me, your intention to rely more on the banks. No more questions to Ms. Prehofer, because I don't get answers even to the most simple questions. I'm disappointed because it was me who demanded that there should be a woman on the supervisory board, and I agreed wholeheartedly when you got elected. I'll start thinking more about you when you come here next year holding 30,000 Wienerberger shares. Mr. van Riet. When it comes to cash flow and working capital, the situation is rather tight. I think we need to earn money from now on. I've been listening to you carefully. 2 or 3 years ago, we were much closer to the 500 million EBITDA target. Today, this is a far-off target. In reality, this management deserves good remuneration, but it doesn't deserve a bonus with an EBITDA of 400 million euro. This is the minimum we need in order to generate a good free cash flow and to be able to pay out a dividend which is less meager than the one we are paying out today. The value investors are going to sell the shares in large numbers if they don't get a dividend. So how are we going to do that? And now the bonus issue. It really annoyed me. You did what one always does. When you go back home, I got the worst, a very bad mark, but it is the best among all the bad marks that were handed out today. You deserve bad marks. I don't care if it's the best or the worst among the bad marks, but that's what you deserve. That's what you get. You gave good answers to the questions put by the representative of small shareholders. I read the answers. And the answers are excellent. The quality was good. Wienerberger is trying hard and has been a model for years. That's not why I invested. I invested in Wienerberger because I believe in Mr. Scheuch. And for the variable remuneration, you're referring to operating EBITDA. Now, that Which operating EBITDA do we need for the gentleman to deserve a bonus? And I want you to quantify and to specify that. Free cash flow. It makes me really angry. Mr. van Riet is a master in generating free cash flow from practically nothing. He is an excellent CFO, no question about that. But he's juggling with balls that are no longer there. Strategic targets, well, I reject that as a criterion for a bonus. The variable remuneration depends on, and so on, within a target corridor. Now, what is the target corridor in concrete terms? And then we can talk about the bonus. Well, I don't want you to tell me that I'm rich enough not to care, but it's not about me. With a negative result, I would refuse accepting a bonus. I'm not telling this to Mr. Scheich, but there are things that are immoral, unethical. And now I'm answering the gentleman's question why I'm still invested in Wienerberger. It's because this company has not deserved this immoral and unethical approach. And if you stand for that, Mrs. Prehofer, then this is your last year as chairperson of the supervisory board. Mr. Stockhandel, I think you wanted to add a question. I'm back. We are almost in a family gathering. Having heard all the statements, it doesn't surprise me that the light at the rostrum is not any concern of yours, because you have got enough light where you are. I have two questions, 2 points. I may have forgotten them earlier. In your presentation, you showed a beautiful red box which said net debt reduced by 10%. Now, inflation is 2%. So you reduced net debt by 8%, or am I wrong? And the second point, I congratulate our 2 members of the managing board. You succeed in selling yourselves very well, much more so than our BRICS. We will have a new member of the managing board who is an expert in logistics. That's fine. I wish his parents had had daughters, and daughters only. Then we would have a female candidate for the supervisory board. Any requests for the floor that have not yet been taken up? So we answer the questions now. A follow-up question. Madam Chair, in 2011, you were not responsible for the remuneration scheme. You said it was meant as an incentive for members to participate in the supervisory board meetings. Now, in my opinion, attendance is obligatory, and except for illness, there is no excuse for not attending. Do you intend to modify the remuneration system? Thank you. Well, I think we have now heard all the questions and can move on to the answers. Mr. Scheuch. I start with Mr. Berger's question. In the United States, we have an average head count of 1,213. Average head count in the US, 1,213. The degree of utilization, capacity utilization, 50%. Above 50%, we cover our costs. So break-even point at 50% capacity utilization. Energy costs in the United States, energy accounts for 16 to 17% of total costs. And mothballed plants, plants that have been shut down, 75 altogether, and we are selling the land, selling the assets step by step. And we intend to do that until 2016. Remuneration for proxy holders between 0 and 5,000 euros. Unfortunately, Mr. Berger is not in the room. He is just coming. He is our best advertisement. Ever since he started putting this question, we've decided to work on the basis of a lump sum. On the basis up to 60, it's the usual amount, and above 60, it's a lump sum, 2,750. This is what we charge Wienerberger, of course, plus value-added tax for us as proxy holders. Coming to what Mr. Staller said, let me tell you one thing, a personal remark. I'm always available for well-founded, factual discussions, but not for unfair personal attacks. This is something I don't like. You yourself know what developments have been like in recent years. We were in a difficult situation. We've worked our way out. And as an industrial company selling building materials, we can't look at ourselves in isolation from the market. And we're still operating in a very difficult market environment. We have to sell our products in a highly competitive environment. This is about selling products in a highly competitive market and prevailing against our competitors. And I think Wienerberger has taken a favorable development there. I'm proud of all our staff because step by step we're working our way out of these problems. even though it's only small steps, it's steps in the right direction. We've cut our costs, we've reduced working capital. Of course, you can only go to a certain point, and after that, it's going to be more difficult. I'm not hiding our problems, but we are taking steps in the right direction. Even if you're saying that I didn't mention the 500 million target, I'm still committed to the target. I don't know if you believe me or not. It's not a question of believing, but we're joining forces to reach that target for Wienerberger. The company has the potential to reach the target. A lot has been invested, may have been invested in the wrong market now and then, and that will have to be corrected in the years to come. And the company has learned from its mistakes. There is a new generation of managers at work that have learned their lesson during the crisis and that know how to cope with the new environment. I hope that the diversification will contribute towards value creation. The CFROI of Pipelife and Caramo are well above ours. What you're saying is not quite true. It's not true that we have not achieved any of our goals. You never asked me for an answer, but our marks are not that bad. And I'm always available for a factual discussion.
I'd like to take up this point. In the code, of course, there's no rule that says or that deals with negative results. My reference to the code of conduct actually focused on sustainability and other aspects that were included in the contracts for members of the managing board. Your question whether I consider it ethical to pay out a bonus when there's a negative result, my answer is it's justified if the contractual situation is such that the person concerned is entitled to a bonus. All contracts that were approved of by the supervisory board need to be complied with, and when it comes to setting targets and determining whether goals have been met, this is always done in consultation with external auditors. I'd like to refer to Mr. Coyle's second question. There was a misunderstanding. I didn't want to say it should be the attendance fee is an incentive to attend meetings. Rather, it was decided that the presence in meetings and membership in committees should be recognized and should be the basis for remuneration. Let me try to answer Mr. Kesselbauer's question, which I think was a very important one because it touched upon an essential issue: safety, health and safety. We do have a system, SHE reporting, safety and health reporting. It's a goal for all of us to avoid work accidents. We invest not only in new technology, we also provide for training seminars. We cooperate with the Works Council, and we have a very open and transparent communication in the sustainability report, which is published every other year. And there are updates in between. If you let me have your address, I will be happy to send you the sustainability report, which answers all your questions. I'd like to come back to the question of funding or financing. We are not giving up our basic principles. We don't want to rely on banks. We will continue our long-term policy. I just wanted to point out that financing of working capital fluctuations were usually financed by cash. We also want to resort to bank lines because we want to be able to use them when we need them. So we will use short-term lines in order to compensate for fluctuations over the year. And I'm confident that with an improvement of the economic environment, we can actually rely on that and count on that. But I want to have cash, of course. We are a company, unfortunately, where there are considerable working capital fluctuations, so I want to have some room for maneuver. Talking about the hybrid concept, there are different concepts in our governance. There isn't really a great deal of room for maneuver. We want to remain fairly independent of banks, and we want to have covenant-light bonds which guarantee us a certain amount of independence. We look at different concepts. First, for instance, has its very own concept. Swapping things, postponing things. These are things that we look at all the time. We have to consider the price, among other things. But we still have time. Well, the issue was in 2007, so we still have time until 2017. We are keeping an eye on, what is happening and what can be done. And we will communicate this whenever needed. But I don't want to miss an opportunity by, sort of saying this is our concept. Now the hybrid bond stands at 104, which actually shows that investors have confidence in us. So we'll just wait and see. We will take our time, but we are keeping a close eye on developments, and this is what I have in mind. But I can't say we will do it this way or that way. You know very well that depending on the environment and depending on the balance sheet results, there are, several options. I still owe an answer to Mr. Berger. Price per ton, Tennessee, $68 per ton. We couldn't hear the question, but the answer is yes, this is included. Mr. Berger, you raised two issues. Attendance fees. I don't want to give an answer right now, but we will consider this topic. We don't plan to make a new suggestion here. And then the selection process, using outside consultants. We did, of course, discuss the topic women. There were female candidates, but unfortunately, very often it's a matter of availability. You don't always get the women that you want to get on board. So we chose the two new members on the basis of their expertise and knowledge of the industry. Mr. Neudecker had asked a question on the special dividend, on the Solvay dividend. This was not a Solvay dividend, rather it was paid out when we purchased or acquired Pipelife. A dividend of a special dividend of 10 million was agreed on for the two shareholders, and that actually was deducted, well, from the hybrid coupons, the dividend on the hybrid coupons, and that explains the fluctuations. Mr. Staller, I'd like to come back to the question bonus payments and precise definition of the relevant criteria. I won't give you the complete details, but EBITDA and free cash flow are defined. They are clearly defined, and they are linked with specific figures, specific amounts of money, and the strategic goals are goals among a number of other goals, and there are factors that have to be considered, such as market shares, costs, etc., etc. And meeting all these goals is being monitored not only by the supervisory board. The target corridor, of course, has also been defined. Please understand that we do not give precise figures for EBITDA, etc., even though I do have the exact figures.
Das ist, wir sind genau dort, wo wir eigentlich nicht hinwollen. Ja?
Well, the corporate governance discussion simply went wrong. There is no transparency. We do have a black box. You have rules, you have a model, you hire expensive consultants. All you need is common sense. And when you have an EBITDA of 250 million, a bonus is not justified. It's just not fair. And I did not want to be unfair. You don't try to, sort of use this gesture, sort of, cutting a person's head off. I did not attack you. Of course, I didn't give you an A+. You have to understand, we do have a negative result after taxes. We have destroyed capital. We have destroyed values. So this does not justify an A+ or a C even. I understand that you are trying to find a way out, but what is the direction that you're going to choose? Well, maybe we will be achieving an EBITDA of 500 million. So are you then thinking of 10 million or whatever? Anyway, I think it's not a good sign that you refer to the need to observe contractual obligations. I simply don't understand how we can pay out a bonus with this kind of result. Do you have another question? Well, you don't want to tell me the EBITDA figure that is the basis for the payment of a bonus. You don't want to give me that figure, so I asked the notary public to record that after a long discussion, the explicit question referring to the EBITDA, which is the basis for a bonus, the answer was refused. So this is empty words, Mrs. Prehofer. I'm sorry. Of course, years ago, the members of the supervisory board raised their own remuneration. May I interrupt you briefly? No, I will talk as long as I wish. So we are waiting for this figure. Anyway, there are people who really have to save, and they are not entitled to a bonus. Anyway, there are many members of the staff who get far less, and by way of conclusion, I would like to thank these people because they did a terrific job. Mr. van Riet, Mr. Scheuch, despite all the differences, let me just say I didn't ask any questions. I'm just waiting for the result next year. But please don't come with empty words, 300 million, EBITDA, consumer behavior, economic cycles, etc. Thank you very much.
Somit sind alle Fragen,
well, I think all the questions have been answered. Yes, all the questions have been answered. So I would join Mr. Staller in thanking the managing board and all employees of Wienerberger and the Wienerberger Group for the successful work in the last financial year. Let me now announce the number of attendants in today's AGM. According to Article 117 of the Stock Corporation, 467 shareholders or representatives are available. They hold 56,450,735 shares, and they are entitled to the same number of votes. I note that today's assembly has a quorum. The list of attendance is available, and you can also consult the electronic you can also consult the two terminals at the entrances to the room. We now proceed to vote on the proposed resolutions, items on the agenda 2 to 8. I've already read the proposed resolutions, and the drafts have been included in your documentation. I would like to ask the public notary, Dr. Kirchel, to certify the resolutions of today's AGM. Let me point out that shareholders or their representatives who are concerned by the resolutions do not have the right to vote. This will be considered in the counting system when determining the number of attendants and the yes votes. Let me recall that voting will be according to the subtraction procedure. No votes and abstentions are counted and deducted from the total number of votes. This then gives the number of yes votes. There will be checks and monitoring of the when you leave and enter the room. You have received voting cards showing your number, which also shows up in the list of attendance. When you vote with no, or if you want to abstain from voting, raise your voting card until the tellers have read out your number. And please do not leave the room during the voting procedure. I would like to proceed to the vote on the second item of the agenda, resolution on the use of profit as shown in the annual financial statements for 2013. Who is against this motion?
1161, 1185, 1101, 1102, 1171, 1162, 406, 430, 631, 1007, 1006, 1074, 959, 582. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
Wer enthält sich der Stimme?
Are there any abstentions?
1158, Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
No more abstentions. I close the voting procedure and would like to announce the results. Yes votes. 56,388,792. This is 99.88871%. No votes, 62,823, or 0.11129%. I note that this draft proposal has been accepted with the required majority. Sorry, I should add a total of 56,388,792 votes have been cast. This is 48.03% of the share capital. The motion was adopted with the required majority, and the AGM has approved the proposal for the use of profit. I continue with item 3, resolution on the release of the members of the Managing Board from liability for the 2013 financial year. We moved to exonerate the members of the Managing Board. People concerned have no right to vote. All those against?
162, 1161, 1171. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
No further. No votes. Abstentions? Please raise your voting cards.
406, 1074. Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
Damit schließe ich den Abstimmungs...
I conclude the voting procedure and would like to announce the results. Results of the vote on item 3 on the agenda. Yes votes 55,918,205, or 99.3845%. No votes 346,310, or 0.61550%. A total of 56,264,515 valid votes have been cast. This corresponds to 47.87% of the share capital. I note that the draft proposal was accepted with the required majority, and the AGM has decided upon the exoneration of the members of the Managing Board. We proceed to item 4 on the agenda, exoneration of the members of the Supervisory Board for 2013. Again, the motion is to exonerate the members of the board en bloc. Here again, those shareholders or their representatives affected by the resolution do not have the right to vote. All those against this motion, please raise your voting cards.
415, 418, 631, 1161, 1162, 1171, 406, 924. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
Wer enthält sich?
Abstentions?
Gruppenkarte 302, 1074, 1102, 1101, 368, 580, 557, 430, 582, 1077, 1006, 1007, 1158, 639. Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
Ich schließe damit den...
I conclude the voting procedure and announce the results. The results of the vote on item 4 on the agenda is as follows. Yes votes 55,511,981 or 99.37795%. No votes 347,473 or 0.6205%. The total number of votes valid votes was 55,859,454 or 47.53% of the share capital. I note that this motion was adopted with the required majority and the AGM has voted en bloc for exonerating the members of the Supervisory Board. We proceed to the vote on item 5 on the agenda, elections to the Supervisory Board. First, increasing the number of members. We vote on the proposed increase of the number of members of the Supervisory from 5 to 7. All those against this motion?
494, 1006, 1007, 959, 582, 1161, 1171, 498, 470, 406, 547, 639, 870, 1134. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
Wer enthält sich der Stimme?
Abstentions. Please raise your voting cards.
162, 430, 1158, 1074. Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
No further abstentions. I conclude the voting procedure and announce the results of the vote on item 5. Yes votes 56,441,032 or 99.98539%. No votes 8,248 or 0.01461%. A total of 56,449,280 valid votes have been cast. This corresponds to 48.03% of the share capital. I note that this draft proposal has been adopted with the required majority, and the AGM has decided to increase the number of members of the Supervisory Board by 2 people to a total number of 7. Newly elected candidates, please vote on the proposal to appoint Mr. Franz Josef Haselsberger for the Supervisory Board. All those against?
1007, 582, 406, 959, 1185, 498, 470, 1077. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
Wer enthält sich?
Abstentions. Please raise your voting cards.
430, 1171, 870. Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
Ich schließe den Abstimmung.
I conclude the voting procedure and announce the results. Results of the vote on item 5 on the agenda. Yes votes 56,291,632 or 99.72333%. No votes 156,174 or 0.27667%. A total of 56,447,806 valid votes were cast. This corresponds to 48.03% of the share capital. I note that the proposal has been adopted with a majority, and Mr. Franz Josef Haselsberger has been elected to the Supervisory Board for the statutory term of office. We now proceed to the vote on the proposal to elect Mr. Christian Jurquin to the Supervisory Board. No votes.
007, 1006, 494, 1077, 582, 406, 1185, 470, 498. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
Wer enthält sich der Stimme?
Abstentions, please raise your voting cards.
171, 430, 870. Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
Ich schließe das.
I conclude the voting procedure and announce the results. On the third part of the vote under item 5 on the agenda, yes votes 56,292,332 or 99.72457%, no votes 155,474 or 0.27543%. A total of 56,447,806 valid votes have been cast. This corresponds to 48.03% of the share capital. I note that the proposal has been adopted with a majority and Mr. Christian Jurquin has been elected to the Supervisory Board for the statutory period, or statutory term of office. I now proceed to the vote on item 6 on the agenda, election of the auditor of the annual financial statements and consolidated financial statements for the financial year 2014. No votes.
1161, 1162, 1185, 924, 195. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
Wer enthält sich der Stimme?
1070, 406, 639, 870. Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
Ich beende.
I conclude the voting procedure and announce the results. The results of the vote, item 6 on the agenda. Yes votes 56,288,898 or 99.72001%. No votes 150,047 or 0.27999%. A total of 56,446,945 valid votes were cast. This corresponds to 48.03% of the share capital. I note that this draft proposal has been adopted with the required majority and the AGM has elected KPMG Wirtschaftsprüfungs- und Steuerberatungs AG to audit the annual
vote on agenda item 7, authorized capital with the possibility of subscription right exclusion for fractional amounts, and in 2 additional cases. Votes against the draft resolution.
494, 1006, 1007, 195, 197, 1134, 1077, 430, 1171, 959, 1101, 1102, 1161, 1162, 1, 1185, 1165. Keine weiteren Gegenstimmen.
No further votes against. Abstentions, please.
907, 1158, 406, 557, 580. Keine weiteren Enthaltungen.
No further abstentions. This concludes the vote And here is the result. On agenda item 7A, yes votes, 54,818,567. That is 97.111198%. No votes, 1,630,253. That is 2.88802%. Number of valid votes cast, 56,448,820, corresponding to 48.03% of the share capital. The draft resolution has been adopted with the required majority and authorized capital with the possibility of exclusion of subscription rights for fractional amounts, and in 2 further cases, as well as the amendment of Article 4, Para 3 of the statutes have been adopted. No vote needs to be taken, therefore, on the second part of item 7. So we move on to item 8 on the agenda, resolution on the authorization to buy back own shares and the sale of treasury shares. No votes. No further no votes. Any abstentions? No further abstentions. I close the vote, and here is the result. Yes votes, 55,944,933. That corresponds to 99.10733%. No votes, 503,904. That is 0.89267%. Valid votes cast, 56,448,837. That is 48.03% of the share capital. I herewith note that the draft resolution was adopted with the required majority, and the AGM has decided to grant the authorization for the buyback and sale of treasury shares. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the agenda of today's 145th AGM. I'd like to thank you for your interest, and I herewith close the AGM. I'd like to invite you to the buffet that is being served in the adjacent room. Thank you for your attention.